Do you know how much they are paying for an e-commerce website nowadays? What's up guys, I am Evander Viegas, and today you're going to learn how to build a 2000 worth website completely for free with features required for any e-commerce website. A CMS or a content management system where the owner can add, edit or remove the products. An admin dashboard that only the admin can see, where it's possible to get information about the profits and income made from the store. Also a catalog and a filter system page where the available products created by the owner on the CMS are listed. And the most important thing, the payment processing. And the best part is you're going to be able to create everything in just 5 hours of video course. And in the way, you're also going to become a pro on advanced technology required in the market, such as Next.js, Tailwind.css, Stripe, ChatCN, Sanity, and much more. Just to mention that the code and the assets used on the video will be available in the description completely for free. There's also a link to my Discord channel where you can ask help if you ever get stuck on the way. Also, make sure you follow my Instagram and I will consider posting a lot of content there. Alright, that's enough talk. Are you ready? So, without further ado, let's get straight to it. So we are going to start as we always do. The first thing that we're going to do is create here a new directory in our project folder. I'm going to give the name of web store like this, and I'm going to go inside that directory, and with this I'm going to open this on Visual Studio Code. There we go. So now we're going to start installing the dependencies that we need for this project. The first one is Next.js, so I'm going to use npx create next app latest on the current folder. So I'm going to use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind.css. I'm not going to use src directory. I'm going to use the app router, and I'm going to use the import alias, and there we go. This is going to install the dependencies. Okay, the Next.js is installed, so now we can start installing the ChatCN, and we're going to use npx ChatCN latest init, and then d for default, and then d for default. So now I'm going to use my favorite content management system, which is Sanity. Okay, for this, to install Sanity, we're going to use the npm create sanity latest command like this. We are going to proceed, and so now this is going to ask us to create a new project, and I'm going to give the name of as world. That is going to be sneakers world. Okay, hit enter, and then it's going to ask us if we want to use the default configuration. So I'm going to say yes, and this is going to create the data set. And would you like to add configuration files for the Sanity project in the next folder? Yes, I'm going to say yes. And would you like to use TypeScript? Also yes. To embed the studio? Yes, and /studio. And then this is asking us if we want to use a template. I'm going to say no. And then asks us for the project ID and the env, and finally it's going to install everything that we need. So we have this inside of the Sanity folder. Alright, so now as you can see, Sanity is fully installed. Alright, so for the sake of this project, we could build the database ourselves from scratch, but this would take a long time. So I have here a production ready database that you can find here on the description in the zip folder. You're going to find this file named production.tr. Alright, so we are going to use this file. So this database is already built, so we're just going to import here in our Sanity. Alright, and then we are going to use the npx dataset import production.tr and then .gz. and then we are going to select here data set, which is the production one. Alright, so with this, Sanity was able to use a database that is already created here in our file. Okay, so I'm going to use npm run dev just to start running the project, and hopefully we can see our database with the values. I'm gonna put this side by side and go to localhost 3000, and there we go. This is our Next.js app, but what we want to see is the Sanity. So I'm going to use the /studio. So if you go here to app, and then you see here this folder studio, so we want to see the Sanity studio. Alright, and the first thing that you'll see is Sanity asking you to log in. So what you have to do is log in with the account that you created here, the Sanity. So when you create, maybe this is going to ask you to log in first because you never used the Sanity, and then with that same account that you signed in here on the terminal, you're going to sign in here on the web. So doing this should take you to, there we go. So now this is a no document types, and in the same folder that you found here, the production.tr zip, you also find on schema types a list of files with schemas. So you're going to copy this and you're going to drag here to schema types, and then you can say here replace. All right, and in the minute that you do this, you will find here on your database some entries. So we already have here the list of sneakers. So I just did this because it would take a long time to edit yourself. So you already have here the sneakers with the name, image, color, and price. So could you imagine how long they will take if you do this by hand? So I just handled this for you. So here you have the list of the products, and then here you have the main product, and then you have here the admin. So this is to go to the database this is so we can access the dashboard. All right, so with the database in hand, now we are going to start using it. All right, so here I'm going to open a new tab and open localhost 3000 so we can start building our project. And the very first thing that I'm going to do is go here on global.css and take off this layer. There we go. And then here on radius, I'm going to 0.1 rem. So here on localhost 3001, I have here the pre-built version, so we can start the comparison. So we are going to start here on the layout. All right, so here on the layout is where we are going to start building the project. The first thing that I'm going to do is take off here these fonts, because you're not going to need the fonts from Next.js. The font that we're going to use is the Inter from Google. So I'm going to just go here, say import Inter from Next/font and then Google. All right, so here we have to initialize this font. So I'm going to create here a const that's going to be named Inter. Let me just go down here, and we are going to call this Inter font and pass here the subsets. So we are just going to use the Latin subset. There you go. And then for the weight, we are going to use the 100, 200, essentially until the 900. All right, so this is when we want to use like font bold or font semi-bold. We have here all of the weights. All right, and then here on the title, we can maybe change here to sneaker world or as world like this, and there you go. And now here we're going to use the inter font, so we are going to use inter.class name, and we can remove here the rest. Alright, so this children is supposed to be here inside of a main, and nice. So with this, the font here, the Next.js should be different. And now the first thing that I always do is building here the Navbar. Alright, so I'm going to go here to components, and I'm going to create here a components folder, and inside of here we're going to create the Navbar / index.tsx. Alright, so create here a functional component Navbar, and quickly add here to the body, so it's going to be Navbar. There we go. Alright, so let me go back here, and you should see here Navbar. One thing that we can already do is go here to the page and remove everything that we have inside of here. So this inside this world div we can remove and just add here empty div. And then here on the layout we can start adding some class names to the main, which is going to be main height screen, and then pt 40 pixels. Alright, and then here on the page I'm just going to say hello world, like so, and there you go. Okay, so going back to the Navbar, I'm going to create here a const, create and export here a const is going to be named links. So this is going to be the links that we are going to have. So the first one is going to have the label of home and the route of to lead us to the home page, and also another one for catalog that's going to take us to the catalog page, and finally the about us. So this page, this last page, so the about us we're not going to create because it doesn't make sense. If you want, you can create it yourself, but it's just to fill the gaps, to fill the spaces. Alright, so now we can start creating here Navbar. So we're going to use here instead of div, we're going to use nav, and we're going to add the class name of fixed z10. So this is going to appear above everything, and then we're going to stick this to the top and stick this to the x axis. So on the left 0 and the right 0, we're going to add some padding inside and a border. Padding here is going to be 3, and a border on the bottom, and add the color to the bottom, which is going to be border primary /10, and then add a bg of white. So with this you should see here a line in the navbar, and now inside of this navbar we're going to add a div, which is going to have here a class name of flex item center, justify between, and padding 2. Alright, there you go. So now here on the folder of the navbar we are going to create here, and now here on their components we're going to create here the logo.tsx and use the rfc command, and this component is where we're going to create here the logo. Alright, so this logo is just going to be simply a link from next link, and it's going to have a href of /, so this is going to take us to the home page. The class name is going to be flex items center gap 1.5 font black and text to Excel. Alright, and then inside of this link we're just going to have here a span saying as world, that it's sneakers world. There we go, and add, I don't know the name of this sign, but it's just like the they call indicator ordinal. I don't know if this is the name of this sign. All right, and then for the class name, I'm going to say text primary with fit gap of 2, border of 2, and border red 400 px1 and py1. We can just say p1 like so. Alright, and then inside of this div on the navbar, we are going to add here the logo. Alright, so now you see here our beautiful logo, and here it was supposed to be font black. There you go. So now here you see the logo showing up. Alright, so now the next part is going to be for the links. So for this, I'm going to create here the list, and here I'm going to add a class name of hidden md flex. So this is only going to show, so it's going to only show for the big devices. And then item center gap of 4, text, this is going to be 14.5 px, and then text neutral 700. Alright, so now here on the navbar, we're going to create here a new component, which is going to be links.ts. Alright, so I'm going to just export here a function with the name and div. Oh, this is going to be tsx. There we go. And then here on the navbar, oh, I'm sorry, I created this inside of logo, so this is not inside of logo, this is inside of navbar. Alright, so here on where we have here the logo, we're going to put here the list. This is my bad. Alright, and then here on side of the list, we're going to add here the links. Alright, so we can even move these links inside of here, because it doesn't make sense to be inside of this file. Alright, so I'm gonna just add it here. Okay, so this is going to be a very simple component. We're just going to have here OL, and then the class name is going to be flex item center gap of 4, and then text neutral 700. Alright, and then here we're going to make the map, which is going to be links.map. For each link, we're going to show here link from Next.js, and of course we need to pass here the key, which is going to be link.label, since every label is different. And then for the href is going to be link.route. Inside of the link, we are going to add link.label, so we can actually see something. We may format the document, and going back to the browser, you can already see here the link showing up. Alright, so now here below the UL, we can add here a div, which is going to say class name flex item center, and then gap of 3. So now we are going to add here the search input. Alright, so for this, I'm going to go to the terminal and open here a new one, and I'm going to use the npx shad cn latest add input. There you go. Now if you go to components and then UI, you should see here a new file, which is going to be input. Alright, so here on the navbar, we are going to create here the search component, so search.tsx, and then use rfc like so. So search, and then we can put here the search inside of navbar. Okay, so search, and I'm going to go back to this file and start working on it. Okay, for the search, I'm just going to have here a form, and then I'm going to have here an input coming from the library that we installed, and the input is going to have the type of search, the name of search, a placeholder of search, 3 dots, and the class name of hidden md inline w 300 pixels. So this is only going to show on the medium devices, and it's going to have here a width of 300 pixels. In a minute that you do that, you'll see here that you have here input. Not only that, we're going to have action, which later we are going to use to search for sneakers. Okay, so I'm just going to create this function real quick, which is going to be async, and here we're going to have the form data, and use here the server. We're not going to create that now, we're just going to leave later so we can use. All right, so we can close this file already, like so, and now we can go back here to the Navbar. All right, we are going to create 2 more components, which is going to be the cart. So cart.tsx, and create here the component and add here below the search. So this is going to be cart. The cart is going to be this little component that we see here. So let's just create it, and as you can see here, when we click on the cart, it opens here a sidebar or sheet where we can see we should see when, let me try to add here a new sneaker to the cart. So add to cart, you see here the list of sneakers that we added to the cart. All right, we're not going to build the cart functionality yet, we're just going to build here the component. Okay, so now we are going to go to the cart component. All right, and for this we're going to use the shadcn, and for this we're going to use the shadcn component, which gives us this exact feature, which is shit. All right, so we are going to use this command, which is npx shadcn latest add shit, like so. This is going to install this component, and we can already import the component, which is going to be import blah 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 from UI slash sheet, like this. So we are going to get the sheet, and then sheet content, and finally the trigger. There we go. So we are going to replace here the div for this sheet right here, and then we're going to have here the sheet trigger, and inside of the below the sheet trigger we're going to have here the sheet content. All right, and for now we're just going to say hello, like this. Okay, but here on the sheet trigger we are going to use here a div, and then class name of relative. And inside of this div we are going to use here an icon, and to use icons we're going to use one of my favorite libraries that is going to be npm this is going to be React Icons. All right, it's the library that I use for icons. In my opinion, is the best out there. There we go. And inside here we're going to use the RI shopping bag line input, icon, and then we can import here. Okay, so this is going to have a class name of text3xl, so it's going to be text3xl, and then text zinc 800. All right, you should see here this bag that is going to be the cards. Below this icon we're going to have here a div which is going to have a class name of absolute bird bottom, absolute bottom 0, right 0, translate y, and then half. So this is going to translate here, and here inside then we'll just put 0 so we can see what we are doing. There we go. And then translate x and then half like this, and then by g primary rounded full text white w of 4 height of 4 text center text extra small, and then flex item center and justify center, and then don't forget to use here the text of white. There we go. So you might be asking why I have here this IntelliSense on Tailwind. So when I type like text incomplete for me, is because I have here an extension. Let me go here on extensions. I have here the Tailwind extension IntelliSense. So you just have to install it and then try to use it here, and if it doesn't work you have to close and reopen your Visual Studio Code. Okay, here on the sheet content, for now I'm just going to have a class name of py20 px of 8 flex column and justify between class. Okay, so with this our card component is done, and we can move to the next component, which is going to be the menu. So here I'm going to create here a new component, which is going to be menu.tsx, and import it like so. So menu, and I'm going to import here inside, below here the cart. So menu like so. Going back to the menu. So this menu is going to be for the small devs devices. So if I do this, you see that now we have here the menu. All right, so we are going to do it now. All right, so the first thing that we have to do is hide when we have a medium device. So I'm going to go here, say class name, so inline, and then for the medium devices we are going to hide it. All right, so now you cannot see it, but if I shrink like this, you see here the menu. All right, and then we're going to use the component that we installed, that is sheet. All right, so I'm just going to import it. All right, and again we're going to have the sheet trigger and the sheet content. All right, so here inside of the sheet we're going to use the sheet trigger like so, which is going to be a IO menu icon that is coming from React icons. Okay, so like this, and then for the class name I'm going to use text to Excel text zinc 800 like so, and then below here the sheet trigger we're going to have the sheet content. So sheet content, and for the class name I'm going to say flex column items center and justify center, and then gap of 12. So if you see here on our build app, you can see that most of the components that we have here are already built. So here the logo and the links, and we're also going to have here the search input. All right, so the only thing that we need to do is go here and add the logo like so, and then links like so, and also the search like so. So here on the search, one thing that I don't know why I did this, is take off here the hidden and the medium inline. All right, so it's going to show for all of the devices. Okay, so let me shrink again. There we go. And now let me go here on the navbar on index.tsx, and here where we have the search, we are going to add here a div, and here I'm going to say hidden and then md inline. So this is going to make sure that it only shows for the small devices, the medium devices, and here this is showing for the small devices only inside of the sheet content. Alright, and then here on, if you go here to our build app, you can see that you have here a list in a column, but here we have in a row. Alright, so I'm going to go here on the links, and I'm going to say on the medium, I'm going to say use the flex row, and for the other devices I'm going to use the flex column. Alright, not only that, for the medium devices we're going to have the text of 14.5 pixels, but on the normal devices or on the mobile devices we're going to have the text of 2XL. There you go. So now our navbar is done. Alright, so we can move to the next part, which is going to be here, the footer. Alright, so I'm going to close here everything, and here on the components I'm going to create here a new component, which is going to be the footer. And inside of the footer we're going to have here the index.tsx, which we can create here a component and quickly add here on the layout below the main. We're going to add here the footer that we created. Okay, so here on the footer, let me go back to the app and refresh it. You see HTML expect JSX element. Oh, maybe I did something wrong here on the layout. No, I didn't. So let me go back here to the footer and start working on it. So for the div, first I'm going to have here a logo. There you go. And then also here the div, I'm going to have a medium grid columns of 4, and then flex column gap of 4, border top, border primary 10, and items start, and then padding of 12. So here on the medium devices, this is going to have a grid of 4 columns, but on the small devices, so on smartphones, this is going to just show as a list, and both smartphone and medium devices are going to have a gap of 4 and border of top, border primary of 10, item start, and padding of 12. So with this you should see here this with the logo. Alright, and then here we're going to create the links. So here we're going to create div, which is going to have a class name of space y4, and then we're going to have a span of links. Alright, so inside of this span we're going to have a class name of font semi-bold and text extra large. Alright, to show up the links, we're going to show here a list, which is going to have a class name of space y4, and use here dynamic block because we're going to use the links that we exported earlier, if you remember. So links here we have inside of the navbar, and links you have this. We are going to map through it, and for each link we are going to show here a link element from Next.js, which the key is going to be the link.route, and the href is going to be the link.route also. Okay, so here inside of the link we're going to have a li, which is going to be l.route, label, link. Alright, below this link we are going to have another link, okay, but we're going to do it ourselves, which is going to take us to the admin page. Alright, we haven't created this admin page yet, but we're going to create. Don't forget to add here a class name of underline and a li inside of the link of admin. Doing this, you should see here this list of links on, let me format the document real quick, and here below this last div that we created, we're going to create here a new one which is going to show some dummy information. Okay, so we're going to use a class name of space y4, and then inside of this div we're going to have a span saying location. It's going to have here a class name of font semi-bold and text extra large, and below this span we're going to have here a div which we are going to have here a p tag saying like where the store is located. You can give any location that you want. I'm going to say like Compton, and below this p tag I'm going to say California, so Compton is inside of California. Alright, and then we are going to copy this div and just put another below it, and on the first p tag I'm going to say give the email of this company. This is going to be a dummy email, and then the number is also going to be a dummy number, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, like so. Okay, and finally we're going to have another div, and this time we're going to have a span with a class name of font semi-bold and text extra large. Alright, and then this is going to say our social medias, and then here below the span we're going to have OL with a class name of flags item center and gap of 3 text 3xl. Alright, this is going to show here the links, the social medias. So we are going to have here the Facebook, LEU Facebook, and then FA Instagram, and then finally MD mail outline, like so. Okay, doing this you should see this beautiful footer that we got here, and it seems that this div, I think it was supposed to be outside here of this other div. Okay, so just put this right here, and this div is going to have a class name of space y4, like so. Right, doing this you should see here this beautiful navbar that we got here. Alright, so now to complete or to finish here the home page, we just have to do here the banner and the list of the products that we have. I'm going to the page, there we go, and inside of here I'm going to export const revalidate 0 and export const dynamic of force dynamic. What this is going to do is since we are going to fetch some data here, it's going to prevent Next.js from caching here the data. Alright, so here on this div we're just going to take what we have here, so the hello world, and here on the page, on the app, I'm going to have here a sections folder which we are going to have here the hero.tsx. Alright, so hero.tsx, and export it real quick. Alright, and put this here inside. So we are going to start by the hero. Alright, nice. So what we got here on the hero is the main product, and if you go back here to the studio, by the way, we have to fix here the navbar. You can see here that we have a main product which we can select which one is going to be. All right, so let me just fix here the navbar, and this is because here the Sanity is using the same layout that we have here on our normal app. And to fix this, we can separate them both. All right, so here we can create a group. So we have to create here a folder, and the name of this folder is going to be app. So you have to use those parentheses to make sure that you are creating here a group. So here those fonts you can delete since we are not using them, and then you can put here the sections inside. So put the sections, and you can also put here the fav icon, global CSS layout, and the page, all inside of the app. All right, doing this, you should have a structure like this. So the app like so, and the studio here on another folder. And then here on the studio, since you have no layout, you have to create a new one. So layout.tsx, and inside of here you just have to create here a functional component, which is going to be the layout, and you get here the children, and then define the children as a react node, and finally put here the children inside of this div. And also you have to use your HTML, lang, English, and then you have to put here the body, since this is the first tags of the app. All right, so let me just hit refresh. Maybe I'm going to restart here the app because it's taking too much, it's taking too long, and quickly refresh it. So doing this, you see that here our app didn't change, and here now on the studio, now we don't have the navbar that we used to have here. All right, so what we're going to do now is this hero part that you can see right here. So let's start working on it. So the first thing that we need to do is to fetch the main product that we have here on the Sanity database. And if you go to localhost 3000 and then studio, and then if you go to main product, you will find here you will find here a product, which is the one that is going to show here on the hero part. If you want, you can change here, you can click here on replace and change the product that you want to see on the hero, but I'm going to leave that for now. All right, so in order to get the main product, what we have to do is to write a query that I'm going to show you in a minute. All right, so here on the hero part, we are going to first go here on the root, and then create here a services folder, services, and then product. Inside of the services, we're going to create the product page, and then index.tsx. not tsx, it's just ts. All right, so a services folder, and inside of services a new folder named product, and inside of product a file named index.ts. And what we're going to do here is just create here a function. Then we're going to export a sync function. There's going to be named get main product. All right, the main product is the one that's going to show up on the hero, so like this. And as we are this Sanity, we are going to use a language named Grok. Grok is a Sanity open source query language. It's powerful and intuitive language that is easy to learn. So Grok is like a way, or something like SQL, which you can make queries to your database. All right, so it's very similar to SQL. It's very easy. I'm going to show you. So if you go here on the Sanity and then schema types, you will find here the main product. All right, and if you see here the schema, you'll see that this main product has a name of main product, right? So what we're doing here, we're going to write here the query. So const query is going to be the query that we're going to type now. So we are using this star here to get everything that we have in our database. All right, so I think it's easier to show you right here. So I'm going to use the star right here, and if I hit here fetch, you see that it gets a lot of things. So this star represents everything that we have in our database, from documents to files and everything, right? But the only thing that we want is the main product, right? So I'm going to get everything that has the type of main product, right? In a minute that I do that, you see that I get an array of main product, right? But if you see here, we don't get the actual product, we get a reference, right? Because if you go back here, you see that this field is actually a reference to a type of product, right? So in order to get the actual product, what we have to do is say first to get the first element. All right, so the first element, because we're only going to have one main product, we're not going to have two, more than one. Okay, so get the first one. All right, doing this, you see that we don't have an array, we have an actual object. And then I'm going to say to give me just the product, all right, not a reference to the product, because this is a reference to the product ID. All right, so to do that, I do product, and then I do this forward arrow. So this is going to actually get the reference, not the object of the reference. Doing this, you see that we get the actual product. All right, so this is what we're going to do here. We are going to just get this query and put here on the database, on the service. Doing this, all right, I'm going to say const main product. What we're going to do is await Sanity to fetch. Oh, so now I'm going to go back here to Sanity, and then I think it's here on index, is not, is on lib, and then client. So I'm going to actually change here, instead of client, I'm going to say Sanity, because it's how I prefer. If you want, you can leave as client. Okay, so I'm going to import Sanity here, and then I'm going to fetch this query that I have here. All right, so this is going to give me a response, which I can show you right now. So main product, and I'm going to call this function right here on the this component. So export the default async function, which is going to call here the product. I mean, this is going to be the main product, right? So main product, which we are going to await get main product from Sanity. All right, and then am I returning this? Yes, I am. So I'm just going to console log here the main product, so we can see the response. All right, so now use Ctrl J to open the terminal, and then I'm going to hit refresh. And in the minute that you do that, you see that you get an object of product, and we have here one problem. We get an object for the image. What I want is actually a reference or a URL for the image. All right, so to do this, I'm going to create here another function, which is going to be named prepare product. All right, and I'm going to get the product, which is of type product, which we have to create. So I'm going to leave like this for now, and now I'm going to create the type of the product. So I'm going to say types, and then product.ts. All right, so I'm going to export here a type of product, which is going to have the types. All right, if you look closely here on the product, you see that we have an ID. So I'm going to say ID is going to be a string. I'm just going to store the important things, and I'm going to store like the created at or the ref or the type, which we are going to use. So title, we're also going to use the title, which is going to be a string. We're also going to use the price, which is going to be a number. We're also going to use an image, which is going to be a string, a color, which is going to be a string, and finally purchases, which is the number of purchases that product has. All right, so we're just going to import here this type like so, and let's keep creating here the function. What we're going to do is just return the whole product that we received, but instead of getting an object for the image as we are doing here, we are going to get an URL. All right, so we're going to use the URL for function that we get from Sanity. So if you go to sanity./lib and then image, you find this function that is already created for us, and we're going to pass here the product.image, and then we're going to get the URL. All right, and then we can say to this that this is going to be of type of product. All right, very nice. And now here, instead of returning the main product with object for the image, we're going to return this function. So prepare product and then press here the main product inside, so we get an actual product with an image. All right, so I'm going to refresh, and we got unable to resolve image URL from source undefined. So we must have something here that is not right. All right, I'm going to make sure that we have, because okay, let me show you what is not working. So let me console log here the main products. Let me refresh, and when you do that, you'll see that we have an object, and inside of this object is when we have the product. So what we want to do is not doing like this, is actually doing the main product dot product. All right, so doing this and go back down here, you'll see that we have here an image URL, and if I use control then left click, you see that it opens the image. All right, so this is exactly what we wanted. All right, so now let's style here the hero section, and we're going to start here on the div, where we're going to give a class name of medium, height of 70 VH. So on the medium devices, you're going to have 70% of the screen, and then I'm going to use a border bottom, and then margin top of 12. So a border on the bottom and some space on the top. All right, instead of this div, I'm going to go with another div with the class name of with the full, height full, medium grid, and medium grid goes to. So on the medium devices, we are going to have here a grid, so 2 columns as you can see, and on the small devices we are just going to have here everything in a column. All right, so now we are going to build the first column, which is the image. So inside of this div that we just created, we're going to create here a new one, which is going to be div, which is going to have a class name of relative, width of full, medium, height full, and height 400 pixels, and then flex, justify center, and item center. Right, so this is going to be relative, is going to equip the whole width, and then on the medium devices is going to take the whole space, the wall. This is going to take the wall height, but on the small or on the mobile devices is only going to take 400 pixels. All right, and then we're using flex, justify center, and item center to put here this image on the center of this first column. All right, and now we're going to use the actual image. So we're going to call here image from next/image. We're going to have a src of main product dot image, like so. Also, we won't have a class name of object contain to keep the image size, and then padding 12 for some spacing. And then we're going to use also some Auth. This is for the people who can see the actual website, so they know what the image is. All right, and then we're going to use fill, so this is going to fill the whole div that has the relative. In the minute that you do that, you are going to receive here an error saying invalid src prop, and then it gives you the URL of the image. On next image, hostname cdn.sanity.io is not configured under image in your next.config.js. So Next.js is protecting us from getting URLs, image URLs from websites that are not appropriate. So it blocks every host name that is not listed on our next config file. All right, so what we are going to do now is we are going to say to Next.js that we actually trust this host name, so we can get images from that host name. All right, to do so, we are going to open here, go to next.config.mjs on the root, and then here inside of this object, we are going to create here, go here and say images, and then remote patterns, like so. And then you're going to add here a new host name that is going to be this host name that Next.js is complaining. Right, so I'm just going to copy here, so cdn.sanity.io. all right, so I'm going to hit refresh. So as we change here the next config file, this is going to actually restart the server. If you type too slow and you get an error, then the server is just going to close, so you have to start again. All right, mine is already running, and now you can see here the image. There we go. And now we're going to create here the right part, which is the information about the sneakers. All right, so in this div where we have here the image, you go below it and you create another div, and inside of this div you give a class name of height full, flex column, justify center, so we center everything on the center, and then space y2, so we have some space, and then border left zinc 300, and then medium padding left of 12, and then padding 12, just like so. I mean, yeah, it's right. So I think it's very self-explanatory. We have here a height of full and flex column, so we center everything on the center. We have some space between the divs that we're going to create here inside in a minute, and then we're also going to have a border on the left. All right, so inside of this div that we created, we're going to create here p tag, which is going to have a class name of font semi-bold, and here we're going to say discover the new, and then here we're going to say the name of the sneakers. So I'm going to here a p tag, which is going to say main product dot title. All right, and then here I'm going to add the class name of text for XL, font of black, px04, py04. We can essentially just do p4, and then border so, and then border black and width of fit. All right, doing this, you see this very nice looking title which we got here. And not only that, we're also going to add here a style, so this is for like CSS, and then we're going to add the color, which is going to be the main product dot color. Doing so, you'll see that we have a different color for the title. So every sneaker that we got here on the app, this is the build app, it has like the color property that it has is like the average color of the image. All right, so this is like brown and yellow, so the average color is going to be that one. If I go to this one, you see that the average color is blue, so the average color that we got here is blue. So if you change here the sneaker, the average color is going to change. All right, so it's just a nice detail that I decided to add here. All right, and then we're going to create here another p tag just below here the title that we created, and this p tag is going to have the class name of text 7xl, like so, and then font black, and finally uppercase. All right, and then here we're going to show the price of the sneakers. So for only, and then we're going to give a space, so space for only, and then span right here, which we're going to say here the main product dot price, and then $sign. All right, so for only 182, it's pretty cheap. So we're going to add here class name, and then px4, so we have a padding, and then text white, and then again we're going to use the background here, background of the main product dot color, so the average color of the sneaker. Let me just refresh, and doing this you see here that we have this very nice looking price title right here. And then here below the p tag we're going to add here a button, so go here and add the bottom, and I think we didn't add here the bottom, so I'm going to open here a new terminal. Let me just make sure that I didn't add here the button, and I didn't. So we're going to use npx shoutcn latest add button, like so. This is going to add a button component in our project, and then accept, like so, and there we go. Now the button is created. Okay, so below this p we're going to create here a button and import it, and inside of this button we're going to say buy now, and then we're going to use the IO arrow forward icon. All right, so make sure to import this from React icon /IO5. all right, and then here on the button we're going to use some class name, which is going to be large, and then the class name here size is going to be large, and the class name is going to be with the fit flex items center and gap of 2. There we go. Now our hero part is done. Now we can move to the next part, which is showing here the sneakers. All right, so we can close here the hero and config, index, almost everything but here the pages. All right, so here on sections we are going to create a new section, which is going to be products. All right, so we are going to show the products list, so products.tsx, like so, and rfc, so we create it more quickly, products, and then go back here to the page and add the products component, like so. All right, so going back here on the app, you should see here products. There we go. And now what we're going to do, we are going to get the latest product. All right, so again we have to write a query to get the latest products. So I'm going to go to services product index.js, where we have the services, and in here inside of this file I'm going to export a new async function that is going to be get latest product. All right, so again I have to write a query, so const query is going to be everything that we have in the database of type product. So I'm only going to get the 6 first products that we have, so I'm going to use this, so from the 0 to 6, so this is going to give me 6 products. And finally, so don't forget to add here 3 dots, so you get 6. If you add 2, I think you're only going to get 7. All right, so add 3 dots, and then we are going to use a function here. There is the function name order, where we are going to order by the created at property on the descent way. All right, so I think this is very self-explanatory. So we're just going to get everything of type product, and we're only going to get 6, and then we're going to order on the created at property. All right, doing this, we're going to get here the products, and we are going to await Sanity to fetch this query that we got here as an array. All right, and then we can return the product, but I want to get the image URL. All right, so to do this, I'm going to return the product, but I'm going to do a map. So for each product that we got inside of products, I'm going to prepare the product, passing the product here inside. So this is going to give me the image URL for every single product that we got in the array. All right, doing this, we can go back to product because we already have here the function created. So I'm going to get here products. So I'm going to await get latest products, like so. And in order to use await, we have to use async here on the function. There we go, and we can start creating here the div. But first, let's make sure the products are coming in. So console log products, and I'm going to open here the terminal where the server is running, and in a minute that you do that, you'll see here the products listed here, and we have 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, that's right. All right, so go here on the div and add here a class name of py44, medium px20, and on the small devices is going to be px12. All right, don't forget to add the div here inside of class name space y2 for some spacing, and then we're going to add here a span with a class name of font black and text primary /7. This span is going to say our latest sneakers, like so, and below the span that we created, we are going to create here a new component that is going to be inside of components. So the name of this component is going to be product list.tsx. So I think you know what it is. It's just a component that's going to list all of the products. All right, so we're going to get here products from the props. All right, we're going to define the props right away. So products is going to be an array of products. All right, so here on this div, I'm going to create a class name of medium grid, and then medium grid calls 3, and then flex column gap 4 and width of 4. So what I'm doing here on the medium devices, we are going to have 3 columns for the products, and then for the small devices, we're only going to have here a column. I can show it right here. So here we have 3 columns, but on the small devices we only have 1, right? So that's what we're doing here. And now we are going to check first if we have the length of the products. If it's bigger than 0, that means that we have products. All right, so I'm going to show here the products, but if not, what I'm going to do, we're going to show here a component of no results. All right, we're going to create it right now. So here on components, I'm going to create here no results dot tsx. All right, this component is going to show up in case we have no results, All right, so no results, like so. And it's going to say class name of with the full text 3XL, and then font semi-bold, flex, justify center, and then item center, flex column, like so. And then let me open by all the way here. So flex column, and then border red 400, and then P of 20. Not only that, let me just format here the document. We're going to have here a span saying no results, and also an icon of PI sneaker. Alright, so I'm going to just import this component real quick. Icon, import this from React icon /PI. There we go. So in case we have no products to show, we are going to show here the no results component, like so. All right, and if we do have products, then we're going to show them. All right, so I'm going to do the products dot map through each product, and for each product, what we're going to do, guess what, we're going to create a new component that is going to be the product card. Product card is just this card that you see here. So here are components. We're going to create a new component that is going to be named product card dot tsx, like so, rfc. So we created a functional component, and we can already put, we're going to just create it first. All right, so we're going to receive here some props. Can define here props, and the only thing that we're going to get for now is the product. Right, so we know which product we want to show. So the first thing that we're going to do is create here a link which is going to take the user to the product /product ID. So it's going to take the user to the product page. For this we need the product from the props, so I'm just going to get here real quick, and we're going to take the user to the product /ID, which is the product page. All right, not only that, we're also going to add a class name of space y of 3, and also group. I'm going to explain why we need the group here. And now here we're going to create a div inside of the link, and this div is going to have the class name of group relative width of full, and then height of 400 pixels, and then flex justify center, and then items center bg secondary, like so. And then here on the side of this div, we're going to have a icon, which is going to be this little icon that shows up when we hover on the card. So it's going to be TB shopping bag plus, this is the name of the icon, and we have to import it. So import this from React icon /tb, like so. All right, so here we are going to add the class name of absolute right of 8, top of 8, opacity of 0, transition all. I'm going to explain what this means, and then group hover opacity of 100, and then z of 1, and finally text XL. We are almost done. Let me just add here the image. So next image, and then add here src product.image, so we actually can see the image out of image, so they know what this image is. And then class name of object contain p of 10 group hover, and then opacity of 65, and then transition all. Alright, so we are almost done. I'm going to explain what it all means in a minute. Let me just finish real quick, because we also need here a p tag, which is going to show the product name or the product title, which I want to add here class name of font bold text primary /80, and then here a p of product dot price and dollar sign, just like so. Alright, so I'm going to explain what it all means. Let me just put this here, the product card on the product list, and of course pass the product inside. Alright, and don't forget to add here a key, which is going to be the product.id, since every ID is different. And then here on the products section, we're going to add here the product list, which is going to pass here the products. So let me start by the beginning. Here on the page we have this component named products, and this product calls here this product list. Base is making here a check, and if we have more than one product, then we're going to show here a list of the products. If not, we are not going to show anything, so we're going to show here no results. All right, so if we, in case we have more than one product, then we're going to show here the products list, and for each product we're going to show here the product card. So here on this div we have this group class name. So we use this group we use this group like here on this icon. So the icon starts as an opacity of 0. So if you look here on the product card, you see that we don't see the icon. We only see when we hover here on the card. So on the group hover, that means that if we hover inside of this div, it doesn't matter where. So even if I hover here on the price, this is going to show up. So it's like the group. We are going to show here the opacity, and then we did this C1, so this is going to show above everything, and text XL, so the font size, and then absolute right 8, top 8, because this is absolute, because this is being relative to this div that we got here. So we have 8 on the top and 8 on the right, and then yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, so now let me see here the image. So here on image we missed here the fill property, and when you do that, you see here the products showing up in our app. Okay, so the home page is completely done. We can move to the next part, which is showing the product details. So I'm going to go to the build page. So if you click here in one of the products, this is going to take you to the product details page, where you can see basically the same information but in more details. Right, so that's what we're going to build now. All right, so here on the app folder, you're going to go on the app again, so the app with the parentheses, and you're going to create a new folder named product. Inside of this folder we are going to have the product ID. All right, so we are going just to use the brackets and then ID. And finally, inside of ID, you're going to have the page.tsx. So So what we are doing here is we are creating a dynamic page. All right, so we have the product, so /product and then slash, and then the ID is going to be dynamic. So in order to get the ID that we get on the params, we use here, as this is a page component, we have here access to the params. So, and inside of params we have an ID. So make sure that the name that you're giving here, so ID, is the same that you gave here on the /product slash and then the name. So this is /ID. This is why I'm using ID here, right? So if I say like identifier or something like this on here, you have to use identifier here. It has to be the same. Alright, now that we have the ID of the product, we can fetch that in the database. Alright, so here on the services, on the index.js, we are going to create a new function that is going to help us to get the product. And to do this is going to be very easy. Only thing that we have to do is export a sync function that I'm going to give the name of get product, since it's the only thing that we are going to do. And the only thing to get the product is the ID, so we know which product we want to get. So as always, I'm going to create here a query which we are going to use later to fetch. So get everything on the database that has the type of product. Make sure that you put this inside of quotes. And besides of the type product, I also, so and on Sanity, I make sure that the ID of this product that I'm trying to find is the same ID that I'm passing here. Right, so this is going to return us an array of the matches that we found with this query, but the only thing that I want to get is the first one. All right, so again, get everything of type product where the ID is the same ID that we find here, and instead of returning an array, return me the first element of this array. All right, so this is going to return me the product because I'm going to await Sanity to fetch this query, like so. And finally we can return the prepare product function that is going to be called with this product. And we are using this prepare product because we want to get the image URL. Alright, doing this, I'm able to get the product because I'm using here the function that we created, which is get product, like this, and we have to pass the ID. Alright, I'm just going to make sure that the product is here. So let me use Ctrl+J and make sure that you export the default as sync function. And if you're getting an error, maybe it's because your page is on lowercase. So make sure that your first letter on the component is uppercase, since this is a component, right? So now let me go back to the app and click in one of the products. So this is going to compile this product page since we created that now. And in a minute that you do that, you see here that you receive an object. So this is the title of the product. And now, so we can move to the part where we create the layout. All right, so as you can see, we can divide these in three parts. The first part where we have the image, the second part where we have the information and the buttons to buy, and the third part where we have the carousel that is moving by itself. All right, so you can also see that this is responsive. So if we collapse here the page or the window, you'll see that it acts with responsivity. All right, so let me go back to the app that we're creating, and I'm going to start giving some class names. So here's going to be medium grid columns 2, medium height center, height screen, and with the full. So again, we're going to divide this in 2 columns on the medium devices. Alright, so inside of this div, we're going to create here another div, which is going to have the class name for the image. So relative, medium, height of full, and then height of 400 pixels. And with the full flex justify center, and item center. This is just to center the image on the center, and then image, so we can see the actual image. Make sure that you importing this from next/next image, and src, or the source, is going to be the product dot image. Since we already know that the product is coming in, we can remove the console log and add here a out of product image, and the class name is going to be object contain, so the image ratio is going to be preserved, and then p20, so we have some space, and finally fill, so this is going to fill this div out. Alright, so I'm going to hit refresh, and hopefully you can see here the sneakers image. Nice. So just below this div that you created, you're going to create here another one, which is going to have the class name of border left, so we have a border on the left, and then we're going to give the zinc 200 color on this border and a height of full. Alright, so now we are going to create here this top part where we have some information about the sneaker. Alright, so I'm going to give here a div, which is have the class name of flex column, and justify center, and p20 and gap 3. Alright, so this is to center on the horizontal position. Alright, so this is centered, and then p20, so we have some space. Alright, so now we are going to give the information. So we're going to start with the product dot title, like so. This product dot title is going to have the class name of text 5xl, font of black, px04, py04. We can essentially do p4 like so, and then border. Alright, doing this, you see here the product title, and again we're going to use the average color from the sneaker to this title. So we're going to give here a style, which is going to be color, which is going to be the product dot color. Doing this is going to change to the average color of the sneaker, which is green. Nice. So below this pen, I'm going to create here a new one. We can maybe copy this and paste down here. Let me just format here the document. The only thing that's going to change is this is going to be 4XL, and this is going to be font semi-bold. It's not going to have any padding and no border, and of course this is going to be the price, not the title, and add the $sign. We're going closer. Alright, so below this pen, we're going to create here a div, which is going to have the class name of flex. Alright, so this is where we're going to show how here the two buttons to the add to cart and buy now. Alright, we can start with the add to cart button. So this is going to be a button like this, and it's going to be of size large, and the class name is going to be text 17 pixels, py of 8, width of full, bg of white, hover, bg zinc 100, border shadow none, and text zinc 700. So this is the size of the text of the bottom, and then we're going to have some padding of 8 for this bottom. We're going to occupy the whole width. The background is going to be white, and when we hover, the bg zinc is going to, and when we hover, you're going to have the bg zinc as the background. We're also going to have a border, and make sure that we don't have any shadows, and finally giving a color to the text. And now the text is going to be add to cart. Alright, and doing this, you see here the bottom, and when we hover, you see the animation. Alright, and now we're going to create the buy now button. So create here a new button like so, and the size is going to be large. The class name is going to be text 17 pixels, py of 8 and width of full, and then the text is going to say buy now. Alright, doing this, you see here the two buttons created, and let me just collapse this. So now you see that this is fully responsive, so very nice. And now what we left, or is the only thing that left, is here this carousel moving by itself. So first, in order to create here the carousel, we need to get the products, right? So here, besides the product, I'm going to also get the related product. So the related products is essentially going to be every product but the actual product that we are seeing right now. All right, so I'm going to use Control and then left click. So I'm going to go to this get product file, and inside of this file I'm going to create a new function. So export async function, which the name is going to get related products. All right, in order to get the related products, I just need the ID, so I get the current product that we are seeing, and then I'm going to create here a query that's going to get everything on the database of type product and the ID. So, and the ID field is not, so I'm going to use this exclamation mark, so is not or is different to this ID that I'm going to pass right now. And again, I'm going to get the first match. So what I'm doing here is get every product where the ID is different to the ID that I'm passing here, and get the first this is not get, we are not getting the first because we actually need an array here. So get every product where the ID is different to the ID that I'm passing here. Okay, doing this, I'm going to get a list of products as we always do, because I'm going to await Sanity to fetch that query that I got here, and this is going to return me an array, and with this array I can return here a product.map, which for each product I'm going to prepare here the product, because I want to get an image. Alright, nice. So now here on the page I can go back and define here the related products like so, because we're going to wait here the get product, get related products to get me all of the products that I need. Alright, doing this, we should see here the related products, but we have one performance issue. So doing this in that way, in the way that await and async works on JavaScript, what this is going to happen is that when this page is called, it first going to call here this function, which is get product, and then when this function finishes, it is going to call the get related products function. So this is actually is not a major performance issue, but it's something that we can fix real quick, because this get related products function, it doesn't depend to this function to work. All right, so it doesn't make sense to wait until this function finishes so it can work. All right, so the way to fix this is we are going to do it like this. All right, so const product and then related product await promise dot all, and then an array of get product ID, and then get related products, and again ID. So doing this is going to fix our problem. So what this is calling those both functions, so get product and get related products at the same time. So both are being called at the same time, and we don't have to wait until another finishes. So there we go, this fixes our problem. Alright, so I'm just going to format here the document, and here on, so this is the last div, and before the last div we want to create here another div. Alright, this div is where we're going to create here the carousel that you see here on this app. Alright, so we are only going to have here a border of top and border zinc of 200. Alright, so for this I'm going to create here a component which is going to be product carousel.tsx, like so, and then I'm going to give here rfc, so this function, so we create this quicker. So I'm going to use this carousel component from chat.cn, so I'm going to use here, open the terminal, and I'm going to use this command, so npx chat.cn latest add carousel, like so, and we can already use here client because this library needs a client environment. Alright, so what we're going to get from the props is the related products. Alright, and we can define it right here, so related products, which is going to be product array. There you go. Alright, so here we are going to return here the carousel from UI carousel. Alright, let me just go back here to the app, and here on the carousel content we're going to create here a carousel content inside of the carousel, and here we're going to show the content. Alright, so I'm going to do related products dot map, and then product, like so. For each product we're going to show a carousel item, like so, and of course we have to give a key which is going to be the product.id, since every ID is different. And then for the class name I'm going to use md basis 1/3 and basis 1/2. Alright, so what we are doing here is actually creating 3 columns for the carousel for the medium devices and for the small devices we have only 2 columns. Alright, so this is what we're doing. Okay, so for the carousel item we're going to show just the product card is a component that we created earlier. Alright, so product card, and then we're going to pass here the product. Right, now I can go back here to the page and call the product carousel component and pass here the related products variable. Let me go back and hit refresh, and hopefully we can see the product showing up. Oh, and I forgot here to define the type, so let me just do it real quick. Params ID and string, like so. Oh, and don't forget to respond here all of the questions so it actually installs. There you go, and now you see here the related products, but we have 2 problems. This is too big and this is not moving as is moving here in this app that we got. Alright, so let's first fix here the problem of that this is too big. So to do this we're going to go here to the product card, and here we are going to accept a prop which is small. Alright, so sometimes we want the product card to be a little smaller than usual, so we're going to add here this small property. So add here small, get the small from the props. Alright, and the only thing that's going to change is here on this div where we have this class name. Alright, so this is actually going to be dynamic, like so, and so let me remove here the height of 400 pixels. So when we we pass the small property. When we pass the small property, the height is going to be instead of 400, it's going to be 200, and when we don't, the height is going to be 400, like so. All right, so you see that nothing changes. It's because here on the product carousel we have to pass here small to the product cart. All right, now you see that one of the problems is fixed, which is the size of the product cart. And now we have one other problem to solve, which is this is now moving. All right, so to fix this, we have to use a plugin to our carousel component. So I'm going to go here, say plugins, and add array of plugin. The only plugin that we're going to use is the autoplay plugin that we're going to install in a minute. And this autoplay has a property which we can say that, and this autoplay function has this delay attribute that we can define, right? So this autoplay is coming from, so just import autoplay from, so this is coming from embla/carousel react. All right, so make sure that this library is installed for you. All right, so I'm going to make sure that this library is installed for me. So I'm going to use np install embla carousel and /autoplay, like so. All right, and this is not React, this is autoplay, like so. All right, and then let me refresh, and hopefully we have this working. And there we go. Now you see that our product page is finally working. All right, we can click here in one of the products, and you see that this is working as it should. All right. All right, guys. So with this product page done, I think nothing is more fair than creating here the cart functionality. So this is the built version of the app. So you see when I click add to the cart, you immediately see that a new item was added to the cart. All right, so I can add as much as I want, so I'm clicking multiple times, and you see that those quantities are changing. All right, we also have this remove button that removes this, right? And I also have here total, and finally here the continue, so I can continue to the purchase. So in this section, this is what we're going to do. All right, so let me go back to the app that we're building. You see that this is very similar, and we are going to start by creating here a folder on the root of the app that is going to be named stores. So if you don't know what store means is like a place where we can get the most recent values. All right, so here in the store, I'm going to create here a new store which is going to be named cart.ts. So essentially it's like a state that is going to be available throughout all of the app. So in this cart, I'm going to store the information about which products are on the cart, how many products are in the cart, maybe the total, or maybe here basically all of the information that we need to for the cart, right? And for this we're going to use Fullstack. If you know me and if you have watched my previous videos, you know that this is always the library that I use to create stores or states. All right, so it's easy to use, and we can start by installing the library. So I'm going to use the np install Fullstack, and what this is going to do is going to install the Fullstack library in our project. All right, so here you get like a demo of what this library is possible to do, and I'm going to go over this in this tutorial. All right, so yeah, with this library installed, the first thing that we're going to do is import the create from Fullstack. All right, so what this is going to do, this is going to create a store which we are going to name use cart to, this is going to create this store to our app. All right, so one thing that it requires, I mean it doesn't require, but it's good to put here, is the type. All right, so we're going to define exactly what we want inside of our store. All right, so I'm going to define here the store like this. So first we need the length. All right, so the length is the quantity of products that are in the cart. All right, so here has a length of 1 because it only has one product. So if I move here to another product, now it has a length of 2 because there's 2 products in the cart. All right, and then is the total. All right, so the total is also going to be a number. The total is the total, I think, is very self-explanatory. All right, and then we're going to have the add to cart, which is a method that we're going to create that is going to accept a product like so, and it's going to return void. So this add to cart function is so we can add products to the cart. And then we also going to have remove all from cart. It's self-explanatory, so we going to need the ID so we can know which product we want to remove from the cart, and it's going to return void. Right, and then decrease product. This is to decrease the number of products that we want to buy. All right, and for this we also need the ID so we know which product we want to decrease. So here when I click here remove, you see that it's decreasing the quantity of the product. All right, so this is what we're going to go over. And then of course we need the product so we know so we know which products we want to buy. And for this I'm going to export here a type which is going to be cart product. All right, so it's going to be the normal product like so, but we are going to add here a new property which is going to be in count, which is the number of products, the quantity of the product. All right, so we're going to define here cart product, which is going to be an array. All right, so essentially the count is like here it has a count of 4 because there are 4 products, 4 quantity of this same product. Right, now that we have the schema of the store that we want to do, now we just have to create the store. All right, so one thing that you see here is that let me add here a new item. You see, if I refresh this page, you see that the number or the cart persists. All right, it doesn't return to 0. all right, so for this we're going to use we have to import a function that is going to be named persist, that is coming from Fullstack/middleware. all right, so this is going to persist the store in localhost, in local storage. Right, so for this we have to open here and say persist, and the persist is going to have the type of store like so, and we can do like this. All right, so here we are going to define the store. All right, so for now we're not going to define anything, we're going to just leave like this. All right, and outside of this parenthesis we can give a name to this store. All right, so this is going to give you an error because you're not defining here. First, you're not exporting this, and second, you are not here defining the types that you define here on the store. All right, so let me show you here in this app. So if I add this to the cart, and if you go here to inspect and then go to application, and in here go to localhost and localhost, you'll find here that we have this S-word card. All right, so this is actually the state that we are storing. All right, so this S-word card is the name that we gave here, so this is storing. All right, nice. Now I can remove that, and very nice. So the first thing that I'm going to do is the add to cart. So now I'm going to go back here to the product card, to the product page, and I can essentially remove this for now, close all of those pages right here. And here what we will have to do is create an on click. All right, an on click, and when we click, what we want to do is add to the cart, right? And if you think about it, this function to add to the cart is not created yet because we haven't created. All right, so let me go back here to the page and let me refresh, and in a minute that you do that, you see that we have here an error. Basically what this error is saying is that this component is a server component, and what we're doing here is a thing that we can only do on client components. All right, so on click is only available to client components. All right, so what I'm going to do here is create here inside of the product ID, I'm going to create buttons.tsx. so it's going to include the both buttons that we have. All right, so let me just copy here this div and put here on button like so, and don't forget to put here the use client, so it's actually the whole reason why we are moving this to a separate component. All right, and now here you can put buttons like so and like this. All right, what you could have done is also put use client in here, but as we're using here a sync, which is only available for server components, it would compromise here the whole component. So we just created here a different component, and now you see that this is working the same, and now we have access to the on click method from the button. All right, okay, so now what we have to do is create the add to cart functionality. All right, so to do this, let me first here define the easiest properties that we can define here. I think the first one can be the product, which is going to be an empty array since we don't have nothing, and then the total is going to be 0. So this is the default values. All right, so this is going to start as total 0, then length is going to be 0, and finally we can define the add to cart function. All right, which is going to return here a set, and inside of the set we have the current state, and so here we can define. All right, so this is actually very annoying because this is returning an error, so we have to define here all of the properties, otherwise it's not going to leave us alone. So here I'm going just to quickly do that. So set here in state, and then we can just leave like this. And I think if we finally add here the decrease product, the error should go away. All right, so set and then state, and like this. All right, so yeah, I think we have to leave with these errors, but it's going to go away in a minute. All right, so what we're doing here is we have this add to cart method that we define here, and here we have this set. All right, so we are returning this set function, which inside of the set will have accessibility or access to the state, which is the current state of all of those attributes that we have here. So what we're going to do is check first if the cart, so here the product, so here we receive a parameter which is the product. All right, and first we have to check if this product already exists or not on here on the products list. All right, so first we're going to say already exists, which is going to be boolean. So we are going to go to the state, so the current value of the store, and we are going to map through all the products, so this products here, and we are going to see if some of the product ID, so some of the product ID is equal to the product ID. So if this product that we're passing here is already on in the products list, then we are going to do something. All right, so let me check here. If already exists, then what we're going to do is just increase here the count, right? So if you go here to this page, the build version, you see that this cart, so this element or this product is already here on the cart list. So when I click here add to the cart, you see it changes from 4 to 5. All right, so it doesn't have to create a new product here down below. But if I go to a product that is not on the list, so you see this product is not on the list, and when I click add to cart, you see that it creates a new product. All right, so in order to do that, we are going to create here a new variable, which is going to be new products. So it's going to be a new variable, so let new products like this, and it's going to be an array. So we are going to here define, we are going to say the new products is going to be the state dot products, so we're going to map through all of the products. All right, so map like this, and if the product dot id is equal to the product dot id, so if the product that we're trying to add is equal to the product that we're mapping here, then what we're going to do is return the product, the normal product like it is, but we are going just to increase here the count, so product dot count plus 1. So this is going to add 1 to the count. All right, else, so if it's not the product that we are looking for, just return the product like so. All right, so we can say to what this is going to return is a cart product, which is an array of cart products. All right, so this is what is going to happen if already exists, and if it doesn't already exist, what we're going to do, guess what, we are going to add this product to the list. All right, so we can say const new product. This is going to be the normal product that we're trying to add, and remember the cart product needs a state or attribute which is count. So here it's going to be count 1 since it's just 1. All right, so as cart product like so, and then we can say to the new products is going to be all of the products that were on the list plus this new product that we are adding. All right, and finally we can return here the products, which is going to be the new product, so this dummy variable that we created here. The length is going to be product new products dot length like this. All right, so I think I know this is very frustrating having this all red, but in a minute this error should go away. All right, so we have this method created, and now it's time to use it. Right, so let's go back to the buttons, and here we're going to call this method that we just created. So use cart is the name of our store, and here we're going to add to cart functions, the function that we're going to call, and here we just have to call it. So add to cart, and as you may guess, we need here the product, which we don't have access to it yet. So here we are going to say that we accept here a product, and this product is just going to be a normal product that we are used to. Right, so here in the buttons we need to pass the product and product. So very nice. All right, so this should be working. So let me refresh here, and we get an error. So it's saying cannot reassign. So let me go back, something must be wrong here. So here is not new product, is new products, since product is a constant. Alright, so let me refresh now. Very nice. So now if you click here on add to the cart, you see that nothing changes. Alright, but if you go here to inspect and then application and finally to localhost and sort cart, you see here the state, and here you see the thing changes. So you see here that we have the product is the one that we are changing, so Air Jordan 5 Georgetown, and then here you see the count. So every time that I click, it changes. So of course the user is not going to go to where we was. It's easier to make it visible here on the app. All right, so what we're going to do now is creating here the carts. So here we're going to show all of the products that are in the cart. All right, so for this I'm going to the Navbar, and here on the cart.tsx is where we're going to start doing all of the functionality. The first thing that I'm going to do is transform this into a use client component, since we are going to use a hook or a state. Okay, so the state that we're going to use is the use cart. All right, so use cart, quickly call it, and first we need the length, so how many products are on the cart, and we can replace this 0 to the length. All right, like so. So doing this and refreshing the page, you should see here 1, because we have 1 product on the list. All right, so let me add here a new one just to make sure this is working. So 2, 3, yeah, this is perfectly working. And now we just have to do here the products list. All right, so this is going to be fairly easy. We already have most of the component built. So here on the content, we're going to create here another div, which is going to have a class name of flex column, and gap of 12, so we have some spacing, and then max height of 90%. So this is going to occupy at maximum 9% of the space, available space, and then overflow y auto. So in case it overflows, then we are going to show a scroll. Right, and then here only thing that we have to do is map the products. Right, so products.map, and then for each product that in the product that I'm talking about is this that are coming from the use cart, so call it like this. So for each product we are going to show here a link, which is going to take the user. So let me just import it from Next.js. Which is going to take the user to the product page. So product, and then product.id, like so. And then of course we need some class names, which is going to be flex, gap of 8, p bottom of 6, border, bottom, and border, bottom zinc to 100, like so. And since we are mapping, we need a product key. We need a key, which is going to be the product.id. all right, since every ID is different. So we're going to show here an image, so we know which product we are having on the cart, which the source is going to be the product.image, like so. The width is going to be 60, and the height is going to be 60 also. And the class name is going to be object contain. I think you know what it does. It basically contains or persists the image ratio. Okay, and then here we are going to need the auth, which is going to be product image, like so. So it's for the people who can see. Okay, so down here below the image, we are going to add here a div, which is going to contain the information about the product. All right, so we need the flex column like this, and then we also need here a span, which is going to be a product dot title. All right, so the class name is going to be font semi-bold for a bolder look, and then here we need a span, which is going to show which we need here dynamic block, because it's going to show here this little math that you see here. So the product price times the quantity and then the total. All right, so first we need the product price, so it's going to be product dot price times the product count. So we can add here a $sign, so we know that this is a price, and then here we just need to do the math. So product dot price times product dot count, like so. So this is going to give you the total, right? So let me refresh and go back here, and you should see this nice looking page, or this nice looking content. All right, so if you do your maths, it should be correct. Yeah, I think it is. And now we'll need one more button, which is going to be the remove button. That I already explained what it's going to do. Just remove one from the quantity, right? So let me go back here, and here on the span we are going to have a class name of text extra small, margin top of 3, underline, text red 700, and on the on click, what we're going to do, we are going to call here a function that we have to get from here, which is going to be decrease product. Right, so decrease product, which we need to pass here the product ID. All right, and here inside of the span we're going to just say remove. All right, so going back here to our page, and if I click here on remove, you see that nothing happens since we don't have this thing created. All right, so let me go back here to the cart, and now we're going to create the functionality to remove or to decrease the product. Right, so here on decrease product, we are going to get const new products, like so, which is going to be cart product. So we're going to redefine the products array. All right, so for this one we are going to map through all of the products, and for each product, so for each product we are going to see if the product that we are mapping to is equal to the product that we want to delete. All right, so if it is, then we are going to add this product to the list. All right, so we're going to add everything that was on the product, and we're just going to change here the count, which is going to be p.count -1. So we're going just to decrease it. So if it's not, then we're just going to add it normally to the products. All right, so here we're just going to add it. So new products dot push. Right, new products dot push. We are going to oh, and here is an array. All right, like so. So push, and we're going to add here the product, and here we also have to check if product dot count is bigger than 1, then we are going to decrease. So if it's 0, then this is not going to decrease to -1. It's just to prevent some bugs. All right, so I think we can remove this remove all function from here and here. All right, and finally doing this here below the else and below the end of this for each. So here we can return here the new state. Okay, so it's going to be products, is going to be new products, like so. The length is going to be new products dot length, like so. Alright, so for some reason the error still here, so let me just check if we have something wrong here. Oh, and it's because of that we have to call actually this function like so, and yeah, just add here the parentheses to, okay, let me just fix that. So like so, this should fix the error. All right, so here's no purchases, this is push, like so. All right, so doing this should be working, right? So let me go back here and refresh the page, and let me try to remove it. There we go. All right, so you see that when the cart, so let me go back. So when the count is 1, when I click remove, it actually removes. So yeah, this is working fine, right? So one more thing that we need that you don't see, oh, it wasn't on the build version. Let me see if that works. Yeah, it also works here. So one thing that you see here on the build version is that you have here the total. All right, so we have to do this thing also here. All right, so this is actually going to be very easy. So we are going to create here a function which is going to be calculate total, which we need here a list of the products, I mean cart products, which is going to be an array. All right, so what we're going to do is create here a variable which is going to be tot, which is total, and we are going to map through all of the products. So for each product we are going to increase the total by itself plus the product dot count times the product dot price. All right, so this should give us the total, and then we can finally return here the total, like so. And when we're going to call those functions, so when we add to the cart, so here on the add to the cart, here on the total, we're going to update the total, which is going to be the calculate total with the new products value. All right, and also here on when we decrease the product, so total calculate total is going to be new products, like so. Very, very nice. All right, so doing this, we should see here the totals. I mean, we are not going to see because we have to create here the JSX. So go back here to the cart, and in this component here below this div, we are going to create here another one, which is going to have the class name of flex column, and the span is going to be class name font semi-bold. The total is going to be the total, which we have to get from the state, so total. And I'm going to also add here $sign. And finally here below this bottom, I'm going to have the button to continue with the purchase, which we're going to do in a minute. So let me just add here the size, which is going to be large. The on click, we are going to use the handle purchase function that we haven't created yet, but we are going to create it in a minute. So purchase, like so, and we need to pass here the products, and finally hit continue for this. All right, so let me import this button, and there we go. Alright, very nice. So now what we're going to do is create in here the payment functionality. Alright, so here on the services we're going to here I'm going to create a new folder which is going to be Stripe. So as I said, we're going to use Stripe to handle all of the payments, and here we're going to create a function that is going to handle all of the payments to our app. All right, so of course we need to initialize the Stripe, but I want just to create here the boilerplate of the function. Okay, so export async function, which is going to be named handle purchase. So here we're going to receive the items, which can be a card product array or just a single card product. You're going to see in a minute why we're going to use that. And like so, we're going to create the functionality in a minute. Right? So of course it has to be use server. It's going to be running on the server. So in this scenario, we are going to call multiple products. So it's going to be more than one. It's going to be an array of products. But here on this page, when we click buy now, it's going to be just one product. Right? So go back here to the buttons component, and here we're going to add an on click, which is going to call the handle purchase function, which is going to spread here the product, but the count is going to be just one because I want to buy just one. Right? So as you can see, it accepts an array of products or just one product. All right, so doing this, it left us to create here this functionality to buy. All right, so for this, I would say again, I'm going to use Stripe. So you need to create here an account. It's going to take you to this login page where you have to, if you don't have an account yet, you have to create here a new one. So doing this, you are going to go to this page that you see here, and in here you are going to find this secret key. All right, so I'm sharing this secret key, but I'm not going to use for real projects. So if you want, you can copy, it doesn't matter, but I'm going to delete this since I finished this project. All right, so with this secret key is what is going to give you access to your Stripe. All right, so here on .env.local, you are going to add here a new thing or a new variable, which is going to be next public Stripe secret key, like so. Alright, so add this key inside of the env.local. Alright, so doing this, you now have access to the Stripe. Alright, so now what we have to do is, let me go back, and of course we have to install here the library. So I'm going to use np install Stripe, like so. And here, let me close all of the folders, and the only thing that we're going to do here is import the Stripe from Stripe, and we have to get the secret key. So I'm going to say as key, which is going to be the process.env. the long name that we gave here. So next public Stripe secret key. So I'm just going to copy, is either going to be this or empty string. So, and then the const Stripe is going to be a new instance of the Stripe, which we have to pass here the secret key. So as key, like so. And finally we're going to export the Stripe, like so. All right, and this is uppercase, like so. So one mistake that I did here is that this stripe is on the root. It should be inside of services. Alright, so just move this to services, and yeah, so if everything is correct, you should have the stripe in the app. It's not that difficult to implement it. So make sure that you have your secret key and you have initialized that in here in the lib, and now we're going to create here the functionality. You need so here we are going to define here the products. So we are going to check if the items, so we're going to check if the items is an array. All right, because it's can be either an array or just one single product. So if that's an array, okay, we can go on, and if it's not an array, we are going to create an array. Okay, so pass here the items. All right, so this should give us a list of products, like so. Okay, so now to create, so in order to make the payments, we need a session. All right, so we are going to define here session, and we need to call the stripe. So stripe from the lib, that is going to create a checkout, and sessions is going to create here a new section. All right, and I want to show you what section exactly is. All right, so when I click here on continue, this is going to take me to a session where I can make the payment. So this is what we're creating here. All right, so the mode is going to be a payment, so a single payment, and we need a success URL. So success URL is going to be localhost, HTTP localhost 3000/success. All right, so and for cancel URL, we don't need any cancel URL. Cancel URL should be the home page. All right, so if the user cancels the payment, then it's going to take the user to the home page. Make sure you spell that correct, so like so. And one more thing that we need is the line item, so what we are going to buy. All right, so we're going to define this in a minute. So line items like so, and this. All right, we're going to define here line items, with underscore. All right, we're going to create this in a minute. So what this session is going to return is an URL which we have to redirect the user. So first we're going to check if we have an actual URL. So if we don't have an URL, then we're just going to return. But if we do have an URL, we are going to redirect the user and make sure that you're using the Next/navigation and not this weird ass library. So redirect and then session.url. Right, so if everything is correct, it's going to take you the user to this URL, which is the session that you see here. All right, and now we just have to create the line products, or the line the line products. So we're going to create here a map. So we're going to map through all of the products. So for each product, we are going to return right away here an object, which you need to pass here the quantity like this, which is going to be just the product.count. We already have this created, and then price/data. So this is going to be the data about the price. So the currency is going to be USD, so dollar. The unit amount is going to be product.price times 100, since we need to pass this in cents. Stripe only accepts this in cents. And then product data for the images. So the name of the product is going to be product.title, and images is going to be just one array of a single image that we have, which is product.image. Alright, so believe it or not, we have this created. Alright, so our payment should be working now. So now let me go back to the home page, and if I go to the cart, oh, one thing is that this tutorial is not working for some reason. Let me fix that later. And when I click here on continue, nothing happens because oh yeah, it takes us to here to this page. Alright, so where we can make the payment. Alright, let me just go back here and add here a new product to the cart, and here new product, so 3 products on the cart. Let me continue. It's going to take me to this page where I can make all of the payments. Alright, so if I put here my email and then here the card information, so you're not going to actually buy it, so Stripe give you this card number, so 42 42 42 42 42, so you can like mock the payment. And then for the month you have to put a valid month, so make sure that is not make sure that this date is not due. And then here for the CVC, I think you can put anything that you want. For the holder name, you can put here the name that you want. And finally you can click here on pay. What it's going to do is mock here the payment, and it's going to take you to the success URL, which is /success. And as you may guess, we don't have anything in that page. Yeah, that's right. But if you go back here to the Stripe dashboard, and if you refresh, you will see that you have here a new payment that was made. Is the payment that I did now. So would you take a look in what we have done? We have here a beautiful banner, which we can see the main product. You can also see here a list of 6 main products, our latest sneakers, and you can click in one of them. You can add to the cart, and in the cart you can even continue to the checkout. Once you're on the checkout page, you can put here your card information and continue to the payment. So one more thing that we need to do before going to the admin page is doing here the catalog. So the catalog is going to be just a list of all of the products that we have. So this is the built version. This is a list of all of the products that we have, because here if you look on the home page, you only see that we only have 6 products here in this place. So here in the catalog, we want to show all of the products and also use some filters. The only filters that I have here is the price range, so for the prices, and also the colors, so you can select here by the color that you want. Alright, so as you may guess, it's going to be very easy to do. Alright, so let's start. The first thing that we can do is go to localhost 3000 and /catalog is where we have this page. And in here let me just close here all of the files that are open and close here all of the folders, and let me go to app/app, and then of course here we have to create here a new folder which is going to be named catalog. Right, so inside of catalog we need to create the page, so Next.js is going to consider this as a page. Alright, so page, and let me hit here refresh, and hopefully you should see something. Alright, there we go. And now we just have to create here the page. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is get the products. Right, so here I'm going to export the default async function. Alright, and as you may guess, we need to go here to the services and products, so we can create here a new function, and the name of this function is going to be export async function get products. Alright, so something very easy to do. Alright, we have done this multiple times. So we can even copy here the get latest products function and return here. The only thing is that we are not going to get only 6. We're going to get everything that we have, and if you want you can leave here the order function, but I'm not going to leave. You're just going to get a lot of the products, and with this query, and then for the products that Sanity returns, I'm going to get the image. Alright, so this seems good to me. Alright, and what you can do is go here and get the products. So if I type correctly, so await get products. Alright, so let me open here the terminal and let me console log so we can actually see it. So console log, my typing is very bad today, I don't know why. So products. Alright, let me refresh, and hopefully we should see here a list of all of the products, and we do, so we are good. Alright, so if you look closely here, we have two sections, the left one where we have the filters, and the right one where we have all of the products. Alright, so I'm going to leave the filters later. I'm going just to work with the products now. Alright, so here I'm going to add the class name of flex, medium flex row, so the both sections are in a flex position, one next to another, and then flex column for the small devices, padding 12, so we have some spacing on top and bottom, and then width of full, so it's going to keep the whole width available. Alright, so then here I'm going to create a new div, which is going to have class name of border right and medium width 400 pixels and width of full. So this is for the filters, and we are going to leave just filters here because we are going to do that later. So this is just to apply a border on the right, and the medium for the small devices, for the medium devices, and for the medium devices the width is going to be 400 pixels, and then with the full, so this is going to take the whole space. Alright, so this is for the filters, as you may guess, and just down below it is where we're going to show the list of the products. Alright, so we're just going to leave here a class name, which is going to be space y2 medium p20, alright, and p12 and width of full. So we are going to have some space between here the span, which we are going to create now. So span, which is going to say showing, and then here we can leave this dynamic block to show the number of products that was found, so length, and then results. So, and then we are also going to show here the product list. Right, so space y2, so we have some space between the span and the product list, p20 for the medium devices, p12 for the small devices, width of full. I think you know what it does. Alright, and then also need some class names for the spans, so it's going to look more fancy. So the class name is going to be font semi bold, text zinc 500, and text mol. Alright, so with this should look better, and it does. Alright, I can even close this, I don't need that for now. And just here below the span we can put here a component that we've built before. So this is the product list, and the only thing that we need is to pass here the products, which is the products. Alright, so doing this and refreshing the page, we get here the list of all of the products that we have. Alright, so if we collapse this should also look good, and it does. Alright, so the only thing that we need to do now is the filters. Alright, so for the filters it's going to be a little bit more complex, nothing too difficult, but we have to do a lot of things. Alright, so here in the catalog we can create here a new file, which is going to be filters.tsx. Alright, so as we always do, create here a rfc, and finally here where the filters was supposed to be is where we're going to put here the components, so filters like this. and I think you know what this component is going to do. All right, so this is going to filter the products. All right, so let me go to the component that I am talking. So first make sure that you import it. All right, and to navigate quickly to the components, use use Control and left click. All right, this is going to take you to the component. You can also do this with functions. So if I use if I use Control left click, this is going to take me right to the definition of the function. All right, so very nice trick that is good to know. All right, so to apply the filters, so we need, of course, the products, right? So we can apply the filters. All right, and I also need here a function that's going to be filter products, that I think we can name another thing. So we can rename to set products, so I think it's more easy to read, in my opinion. And here I'm going to create here the props separated. So type props. Here the products is going to be a product array, so product array, simple as that. And the set products is going to be a function that accepts a list of products. Alright, so products, and it's not going to return nothing, so void, like so. Alright, so we can start with the JSX and then move to the actual functionality. So here I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex column gap of 6, and then padding x of 6 and py of 10. Alright, just inside of this div we're going to have here another one, which is going to have the class name of space y2, and below this div we're going to have a span, which is going to say price range, so for the price. Alright, so this span is going to have the class name of font semi-bold and text zinc 500 and text small. Alright, so doing this, you should see this very nice looking span, and below the span I'm going to have another div, which is going to have the class name of flex item center. If I type this correctly, so items center and gap of 1 for some spacing. Alright, so also have another span, which for now is going to say 0 and $. Alright, so if you look here to the build version, you can see that we have a slider, and of course we're not going to build this by hand. I'm going to use the component from chat.cn. So this is the slider component, and we can use it by install it real quick. Alright, so npx chat.cn latest add slider. This is going to add a slider to our components list. Okay, proceed. You can use npx chat.cn latest add slider space slash y. This is going to respond to those questions automatically. Alright, so you don't need to do it yourself. Checking registry, installing dependencies, and there we go. The component is added to the project, and we can use it already by using here the slider. Make sure it's components UI slider, not radix, and default value we can leave 0 for now, and min we can also leave as 0 for now. For the value you have to pass array here, an array, and I'm going to say also 0 for now. For the max it's not going to be 0, it's going to be 100, and step is going to be 1, and for the on value change I'm going just to type here a function that's not doing nothing. Alright, so let me format this real quick, and here the span, on this span for the max value I'm going to say $100. Alright, so we have here an error. Oh, for the default value it has to be an array. Alright, doing this, you should see here in the app a slider. I don't see here the right part of I don't see here the span with the 100 on it. Let me just refresh. And events cannot be passed on client components. So this is because slider is has this property which it can only be accessible to client components. So we'll just put here use client, and this should fix the error. Let me refresh again, and there we go. Now you see here this very nice slider right here. We can now really move it. We're going to fix that later. So going to the props, so the default value is going to be the default value. So if I put here 40, the default value is going to be 40, so it's going to be here, I think. Oh, so this is the default value. If we don't have any value, then the default value is going to be that one, and then the value is going to be the actual value. So if I move this to 40, you will now see that the range moved, right? So we cannot change here because we still need to put here the onValue change function. All right, so max is going to be the maximum value for the slider, and step is going to be the number of steps that this has. All right, so if you put like 5, this is going to be come from here to here, so the step is going to be much bigger. All right, so besides the price range, we also have here this color grid. All right, so the color grid is going to be also very easy. So here in the end of this pen, in the end of this div, you're going to create here a new one, and this div is going to have the class name of space y2 and span, which is going to say colors. So some space in between the span and the actual content for this div. All right, so again, this is going to have the same class name as this one, so just collapse this. So quickly copy and put here down below. All right, so colors, you should see here it changing. There we go. And now what we have to do is just show the colors. All right, so here I'm going to say class name flex and flex wrap. You're going to understand what this thing does. All right, let me take here off the wrap so you can see what it does. Okay, so if you go here, see that it's just a list of colors. All right, so this is what we're going to do. So here we should receive the products, which we are now receiving because I didn't pass here any props. So let me put here products for now. We still have one property to pass, which is set products. We're going to pass that later. All right, so we can start with the colors. All right, so I'm going to get the colors for the sneakers. So it's going to use, I'm going to use memo. I'm going to explain what is this, and for each product, so products map, I'm going to get the product and just return the product color. So p color, and here products. So we are using here, let me just import, yeah, it's imported, where is giving me an error. Let me see. Oh, so this use memo is a hook from React, and it is used when we have a component that refreshes or is very reactive, you know. So as you see here on the app, it has a lot of reactivity. All right, so when I click in one of the colors, the component has to be remounted, and it has to be remounted over and over. Right, so I don't know if you knew about it, but let me show you one thing here so you can visualize it. So let me have like here a hook. You don't have to type this, I'm just going to show you. So I have like a use state right here, which is name, and then let me put input right here, which the value is going to be name, and on change is going to be set name, which is going to be the target of value. I think you've done this multiple times. You just get the value of the input. Alright, so also import here the user memo, and I'm going to console log here the name. Alright, so you see that when I type to this input, what happens is this name is being printed over and over again, because when the state changes on React, the whole component is going to rerun. Alright, so here is not on the colors. What I am doing here with the color is not an expensive task, but it's good to prevent it from running every time that a state on this component is changed. So what this hook is doing, this is memorizing, or this is caching the value of these colors. So every time that this component reruns, this is not going to recompute here the value of the colors. It's only going to recompute the value of the colors if the product changes. And that's why I'm passing here product. I hope that makes sense. Alright, so let me go back to what we had here. Nice. And now with the colors in hand, we can show it. Alright, so here is going to be colors.map, and then for each color I'm going to show a div, and this div is going to have the key of the color, since every color is different. And also on the onClick, we are going to leave here a dummy function for now, and also going to have here a class name, and we can already put here the dynamic because the class name is going to be dynamic. And then here for now we'll just say transition all, width of 50 pixels, and border zinc 600 and p of 1. Alright, so doing this, you should see no, you're not going to see the color now because we still have to add it. So div is where the color is going to be, so class name is going to be with the full and height of full and aspect of square and style background color, like so. Alright, doing this, we should see here the list of the colors. Alright, so now you see here the list of the colors, but you see that this is very weird, and this is because the thing that I was talking about, it was because we need to pass here the flex wrap. Alright, so we need the flex wrap because if you see here, what is happening is that this is putting this flex property is putting every colors in line. So no matter what, everything is going to be in line. So this compromises the size of the color. So putting the flex wrap in here. So flex wrap, what this is doing is say put everything in line, and if the container doesn't have much space, then just go below it. Alright, so just wrap everything. Right, so it doesn't need to be everything in line. So doing this, now you see here the colors. Alright, so now we have the colors, but you see that the filter is not working correctly. So the filters that I did here are not working on the server side. This is fully on client side. So because one, we don't have that much data, and two, the filters are not difficult to do. Alright, so I just put everything on the client side. So now what we're going to do is write the code for the filters. Alright, so the first thing that we need is to pass here the minimum value and the max value. So if you look here on the app, the minimum value is going to be the lowest price that the product list has. Alright, so if you look here is 161. This is the lowest price that we have for the sneaker, and let me find which sneaker it is. is this one. So this is the cheapest sneaker, so the lowest price is going to be 107.61, and the max value is 744, which is this sneaker right here. So this is the highest price that we have for sneakers, so we need to get the lowest and the highest price for the sneaker. All right, so for this I'm going to use memo again. So I'm going to use memo, so that is going to be cached. I don't need to, when the component reruns, you don't have this value doesn't have to be computed, so it's only going to be computed again if the products change. All right, so let me create here let max, that's going to start as 0, and let min, which is going to start also as 0. All right, and then what I'm going to do is going to for a search. What I'm going to do is use this for each. All right, and I'm going to look to the products like this, and also need here the index. So what I'm going to do is see first if the index is equal to 0. All right, so if the index is 0, that means that this is the first product that is in the list. So we can pass here a default value for the max. So the max price is going to be pr.price, and the min is going to be pr.price also. All right, so if it's not the first product, then I'm going to going to another if, which is pr. So it's going to be product.price is larger than the max value, then the max value is going to start being this price. All right, and the min price can be the max price. All right, so and also we also need a new if price of the product is lower than the min value, then the min is going to be pr.price. So let me explain what is. Oh, we also need here to return max and min. So the whole idea that I'm doing here is max and min. So the whole idea that I'm doing here is to get the lowest and the highest price of a sneaker. All right, and now we can change here the values. For default value, I'm going to say max. So max. For the main value is going to be min. For the max is going to be max. And for the min price, I'm going to create here a state. So const min price and set min price, which is going to be a use state that the default value is going to be the minimum price. Right, so for the value this is going to be min price, and on the on change what I'm going to do, so this returns array of number because it also accepts more than one default or more than one value. So here I'm going to set the min price as value, so the first element from the value, because here we're only accepting one value, and there we go. We also can change here to min and here to max. All right, so now we have the main price for the sneakers. All right, so down here on the colors, now we're going to mess up with the colors. All right, so if you look here on the app, when I click in one of the colors, the color is selected and the filter is applied. So this is what we're going to do. Right, so here I'm going to create a new const, which is going to be selected colors like this, and set selected colors. All right, so this is going to be a use state, which is going to be an array of string. All right, so string array like so. So on the on click, on the on click of this div, what is going to happen, we're going to call a function named toggle color, like so, and there's going to be a function like this because we need to pass here the color like this. All right, so we need to create this function. So let me go here and say const toggle color. What it's going to do is going to toggle the color. All right, so if it's selected, this is going to deselect the color, and if it's not selected, then it's going to select the color. So we need the color, which is a string, right? And to know if the color is selected or not, we need to know if the color already exists in that array. All right, so we're going to create here a const which is going to be exists, and what it's going to do is going to go to the state, selected the colors, and is going to check if sum of the colors is equal to the exact color that we're passing. And if there's one color that is inside of this color array, then it means that this color already is on the array. All right, so if exists, then what we're going to do, we're going to remove it. All right, I can put here a comment saying removing color of the color of the array. All right, so here we're going to set the new colors. So new colors, there's going to be the selected colors, and we're going to filter. So we're going to filter, so we're only going to get the colors that is not the color that we passed. All right, and then we can just update the state, so new colors like so. And if it doesn't exist, then we're just going to add it to the list. All right, so set selected colors is going to be a new array of the selected colors, so the colors that were there already and this new color that we are adding. All right, so now we need to show an indicator that the color is already on the list. All right, so here where I said to create a dynamic class name, here I'm going to say, I'm going to add here a dynamic block, and I'm going to create here a function to know if the color is selected or not. All right, so we can create this in line. So const is color selected. We need to accept here the color, which is going to be a string, and we are going to return the value of the selected colors.sum. Essentially what we've done here, so it's the exact same thing. All right, so we're going to check if the color is already on the array. All right, so we can even change here. It's going to do the same thing, but press here the color, and there we go. So now is color selected. So now here on the div, we are going to check if the current color is already selected, and if it is, then it's going to show a border plus those class names that we got here. So this, so it's going to be border, then border zing 600, and then padding 1. And if it's not selected, then it's not going to show anything. I mean, it's not going to apply any additional styles. Alright, doing this, we should see this working, and file it to compile. Let me see why, and it was just a server error. Alright, so now when I click, you see that the color is selected, and when I click in one of the colors that is already selected, then it's deselected. Alright, so this is moving, this is working completely fine. Alright, and now we're just going to move to the next part, that is applying the filters. All right, so the two filters that we got here is the price and the selected colors. All right, so what we're going to do is create here use effect like so with the dependencies array. So here on the dependencies array, we're going to pass here the main price and selected colors. So what is happening here is every time that the mean price or the selected colors changes, this callback function is going to be called. Alright, so what we're going to do in this callback function, well, we are going to filter the products. Alright, so I'm going to say here filtered products. Hopefully it's well typed, and here the default value is going to be the products, and I'm using here let because I'm going to change the value later. Alright, so first let's filter by the colors. Alright, so I'm going to say filtered products is going to be so here I'm going to filter by the colors first, and the first thing that I'm going to see is if the selected colors dot length is equal to 0, then we're just going to return the products as it is. Alright, so you see here that if the colors are not selected, I'm not applying any filter. Alright, so is what I'm doing here. So if none of the colors is selected, then just return the product as it is. But if it's selected, then what we're going to do is going to pass here filtered products dot filter to each product. What I'm going to do is make sure that this product color is inside of the selected colors. Alright, so if the selected colors, if the product color is inside of the selected color, this is going to return true, making this product to be added to this filtered products array. Alright, so believe it or not, the filter for the colors is done, and now is what we're going to do is the filter for the price. Alright, so with the same filtered products that we got from the colors, we are going to filter again, so filtered products, but this time is we are going to filter by the price. Alright, so filter products dot filter again, so filter, and we are going to filter by the price. So if the p dot price is larger or equal to the main price, then we are going to add it. Alright, so we are looking for a price that is larger than the main price that we got here. We don't have a max price, right? So we only have one, so for the main price is going to be that. Alright, and finally what we have to do is use this function right here, so set products, and pass here the filtered products. So if for some reason your application is not working, just go to the GitHub repository that I will leave in the description. You can just copy and paste the content that we got here on this file. Right, so now let me try the filters, and it's not working, and this is because we need to pass, and this is because we need to pass the set products function. Alright, so so let me do this. So here I'm going to create here a new const which I'm going to name filtered products, and set filtered products like so, which is going to be essentially a use state, which is going to start as empty array, which is going to be a products array. Alright, so use state, there we go. So here instead, so here on the product list, I'm going to show the filtered products, and here on the filters on the set products, I'm going to pass the set filtered products like so. And now you get an error because you're using a use state inside of client server components, and to solve this you just have to put here use client. This should say you should solve the error by But when you do this, you get another error, because here you are fetching data with async on the component. It's a thing that we can only do on server components. Right, so this means that we cannot do that. All right, so let's just remove, and we have to use the old way of fetching data, which is by this use effect. Right, so we are going to write here a use effect, and this use effect only runs once. So this is why it's always used to fetch data. All right, so what we're going to do is the same thing. We're just going to get the products. We're going to call this function, and once this is done, we're going to get here the products. All right, and we can set filtered products as the products. All right, and we can remove this array. All right, so here is not products, is going to be filtered for this dot length like this. And here for the products, we're not going to pass the filtered products, because this products is always changing, and if we go here, we need to get the actual. So here on the products array, I'm not going to pass the actual filtered products, because this is always a modification, is always changing. So what I'm going to do here is create a use ref original. There's going to be original products, and it's going just to hold the value of the products. All right, so this is going to be the actual original products, all right, with no filter applied. All right, which is going to be an array. And down here, I'm also going to say, I'm also going to add the original products dot current as the products. All right, so here on the products, I'm going to pass the original products dot current. All right, so useRef is also used when we want to hold a state that is not that we don't need to see in real time. All right, so doing this, we should see our filters working. All right, so yeah, it's working fine, very nice. All right, so we can apply here, so we can filter this by color or by price, and you can see that this is working fine. All right guys, so now we can move to the most exciting part. For me, it's the most exciting part, which is the admin tab. All right, so this is the build version. If I go to /admin, the first thing that it's going to do is ask me to log in. All right, so I need to enter an email and the password. All right, so but here, if you go to admin on the localhost /studio, you'll see here that we have the credentials for the admin page. All right, so this is the specific email and the specific password that I need to pass in order to get access. All right, so if I type here the same email, let me just copy it, it's easier, and the password is 1234. And if I just say 123 and try to log in, you'll see that it's not going to allow me. But if I do 1 2 3 and 4 and hit login and then go to the admin again, then this is going to take me to the admin page. Right, so this admin page includes here a card showing the revenue made, the sales count, the average revenue per sale. Also shows here a chart, all right, with the number of purchases and the best selling products. So it filters or it orders by the purchase count. All right, so, and also shows here the average. The average is 9, so 9 purchases is the average number. And if the current purchase of the product is above it, then it's going to show green and an arrow to the top. And if it's below average, then it's showing below average. All right, so this is what we're going to do in this section. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do, let me just delete here the cookie to get access to I mean, this is the build version, yeah. So let me go here to localhost 3000, and the first thing that we're going to do is creating the login page. Alright, so here I'm going to say login, like so, and you can see that this page is not created yet, so this is what we're going to do now. Alright, so here on the app, I'm going to create here a new folder, which is going to be login, and this login is going to have a page .tsx and use the rfc command, so this is going to create it. Alright, so now let me hit refresh and hopefully we can see the page. There we go, and now let's start styling it. Alright, so this is going to be a class name of height of screen and grid columns as 2, and so this is going to occupy the whole screen, and this is also going to show a grid for the medium devices, and for the small devices I'm going to show flex column, like so. Right, so you see that here we have, let me go to the login page. You see that here we just have a background of zinc, so we're just going to do that now. So here I'm going to add a div, and this div is going to have a class name of width of full and height of full. Also going to include the bg zinc that I was talking about, so this is going to be the background. And finally here we're going to have the form, so we can log in. Okay, so form.tsx rfc to create the form and quickly add it to here. Alright, there you go, and import here the form. Alright, so now we should see the form and the background. Nice, so here it is. And now let's just create the form. I'm not going to add any validations, just to speed up the process, and I don't think we need validation for this. Alright, so I'm going to use the native form from HTML, and here on the action I'm going to call an action that is going to be login. Okay, so here I'm going to create this function, so it's going to be login, and it's going to just be async, and here we're going to get the data from the form. It's going to be form data, and like this. I just leave like this now, and yeah. Alright, so and then for the class name on the form is going to be flex column and gap 3, justify center, and p of 20. So just to be able to see the form, I'm going to pass here use server, so Next.js stops complaining and let us see what we're doing. Alright, so now we have a form, and here I'm just using flex to have some space between the items, and justify center, so it's going to center on the container. Alright, so now the first thing I'm going to do is show here the logo, and if you look here to the logo, you see that the logo is a little different because it's a logo for the admin. Alright, so logo, I'll pass here the logo like so, and let me just make some modifications to this component. Alright, so here we are going to accept a prop, which is going to be admin, and admin is going to be a boolean. Right, so the only thing that this admin boolean variable is going to do, just make sure that this is not required, so we don't need to pass admin to everything. Right, so if the admin is true, then the only thing they're going to do is just show here a span saying admin like this, and if it's not true, then don't show anything. Right, simple as that. We can close this component again, and now here on the logo I'm going to pass admin, so this is going to have the admin version. There we go. And now below the logo I'm going to have a div, which is going to say class name. So this is for the fields. The first field is for the input for the email, and this is going to have a space of y2 and width of full, and the label is going to be email. Alright, so this is for the label, and we also have to import it. So npx cn latest add label, like so. We can leave the installing, and yeah, what I was saying, just to add this and then -y. So this is going to answer all of the questions. You see, this installing right away is not asking questions. All right, so you're going to have the label that is installing, and we also have to import that. And also here, so also here you need input. You also have to import, and these are already on the folder, so we don't need to add it. So here we need to pass here a type, which is going to be email, so it's going to be an email input, and the placeholder is going to be you can put your name here if you want, but I'm going to put John Doe. Is the convention that developers leave for name. All right, and name is going to be email, so we can access later here on the login function. So down below it, we are going to copy here this div and paste it down here, because here is going to be the password. All right, so here the type is going to be password, and the name is going to be password, like this, and not going to have any placeholder for the password, just like so. And finally, we just need here a button saying log in, and make sure you import this button, and the type is going to be submit. Alright, so now let's create the submit functionality, and here on the login we're going to create the login functionality. So first we need the email, so const email is going to be form.get email. So when we submit the form, data object is sent to here to the use server function, and in the way that we get the email is because here we gave a name to email, and we are accessing here on the form.get. We also need the password, and in order to get the password we used form.get and then password. Alright, because here we gave a name to password. Alright, now finally we need to see if we don't have on any email or password, then we are going to return, because we're not going to do anything. Alright, but if we do, what we're going to do is create the login. Alright, so for the login I'm going to create here on the services, I'm going to create here a new folder, which is going to be admin, and in admin I'm going to have the index.js, like this, and the only thing that I'm going to do is export an async function, which is going to be handle login, like this, and here we need the admin value, so admin, like this, which is going to be a type that I'm going to define now. So type admin, so is an email, which is a string, and also a password. Alright, so password, which is also a string, like this. Alright, so now let's write the function. So the first thing that I'm going to do is install a library that I need, which is JSON Web Token. So npm install JSON Web Token, and here you have to pass use server, because this has to be running on the server, because you need the GWT on the server environment. So I'm going to import GWT from JSON Web Token. Alright, we are going to create the token, so we need to pass GWT.sign. So we need to pass here the admin, and then we also need a secret key. For the secret key I have to create here on the .env.local file, so .env, and this is going to be add a new variable, which is going to be next public and GWT secret key. Alright, so we need the secret key for the GWT. Alright, so for the secret key, I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3. It doesn't really matter. Alright, so now we need to get the secret key, so I'm going to say as key like this. It's going to be process.env dot next public GWT secret key like this, or it's going to be an empty string. And finally, we just need to pass here the secret key, so now we have a token. Alright, so now we have a token, and then we need to pass here cookies dot set. So make sure you import cookies from next headers, and here you're going to set the admin is not get, it's going to be set. We're going to set a new cookie, which is going to be admin token, which is going to be this token. Alright, and now we can go back to the forum and we can await this function that we created. So await handle login and pass here the email and the password. Alright, so the error that you're going to get is form data entry value is not assignable to type string. So you just have to say that email is going to be the email as a string. Alright, so you know this is coming as a string. Alright, so email, here's password, so password as a string. Alright, and finally you can redirect the user to the /admin page. Alright, and finally, just to fix this error, you just have to import here the types for JSON Web Token. So I made this diagram, so hopefully it's easier to understand the login flow. So the first thing that is going to do is that the user is going to enter the email and the password on the login page, is this login page that we've done. And then what it's going to do here on the services, this is going to create a token, and this token is going to be stored inside of cookies. Alright, so every time that we try to go to the admin page, first this is going to get the token. So it's going to make a comparison with the token and the credentials that we have on the database. So the credentials are those ones that we store here on the admin folder. Alright, so if the token and the token from the cookies and the dashboard credentials match, then okay, we can go to the admin page. If not, what this is going to do is going to redirect the user all the way back to the login page. So hopefully that makes sense. So what we're doing here is storing the cookies. So we are creating here a token and we are storing the cookies right here. Alright, so now what we're going to do is create here this next part, which is checking if the dashboard credentials are equal to the token credentials. Right, so here we stored the cookies, and now what we're going to do is create here a middleware. So create here middleware.ts. If you don't know what middleware is, I just created here another diagram, so it's easier to explain like that. So middleware is something like is a thing that runs between the client on the server. This is why it's named middleware. So every time that we make a request to, let me show you here. So here on the middleware, what I'm going to do, so I can show you, I'm going to export an async function, which is going to be named middleware, like this, and it's going to take a request, and the type of this request is next request, and what I'm going to do is console.log hello. Alright, so you're going to see that every time that I go to, don't matter what page I go, this is going to say hello. Alright, so you see, hey, hello, and it said multiple times because it really runs on every request. Alright, so even on images it runs when I so every time that we have an image or a file, this is going to run. Alright, so hopefully of course we don't want to make this run when we have an image. We only want to run when we are going through a a page. So in order to ignore the APIs, next or next image 5 icons, whatever, we use this code. All right, so you can find this on the GitHub repository. You can either copy and paste, or you can type it yourself. All right, so what this is going to do is just only going to run on page requests. All right, so now if I refresh, you're only going to see one hello, because only this is running one time. All right, so what we're going to do, let me go back here to the diagram. So every time that we access the admin page, so let me create this part. So if request dot next URL dot path name starts with admin. All right, so we're going to check if the page that we are trying to access is the admin page. Is what we're doing here. What we have to do is just get first the token credentials. All right, in order to get the token credentials, we have to get here token from the cookies. So cookies.get, and this is coming from next headers. So get admin token. Make sure that the name that you're giving here is the same that you are getting here. So admin token, and we are going to get the value from it, or empty. All right, so if we don't have any token, so that means that the user never went to the login page. All right, so we can return the user back. So next response dot redirect, we can take the user back to the login page. All right, so next URL, and take the user back to the login page. All right, and pass here the request URL. And if we do have a token, we have to decodify this token, because token is a string. All right, so first we need to install another library, because so the library is going to be Jose, because here the library that we're using is GWT, and is working fine because it's running on a server environment. And here we need another library, because if you remember, middleware doesn't run on the client, neither on the server, it runs between, so it is a different environment. So we need another library to handle that. So the library that we imported is Jose, so let me import everything as Jose from the Jose library. All right, so what we're going to do now is get, as we always do, is get here the payload, which we can name credentials like this, and we need to await Jose to GWT verify. Actually works a little bit different from the normal JSON Web Token that we used to have, but it's actually the same thing. All right, so here we need to pass here the token, and one more thing, that is the encoded secret. All right, we need to pass here the secret that we define here on the env, and it only accepts encoded secrets, and now we are going to encode it. So first let's define this variable. So encoded secret is going to be a new text encoder like this, and we are going to encode the secret key, which we are going to get here. Actually it's the same thing as we did here. So secret key is going to be process.env.nextPublic's JWT secret key. All right, nice. So now we should have the same credentials that we set here. If you remember, we are passing here a credential, which is the admin credentials, and now we can say, instead of credentials, we can say admin. All right, or yeah, credentials, we can leave like this. So now let's go back here. Let me export this type, because we're going to need now. And now let me define here a new variable, which is going to be admin. Is essentially the same thing, but I want to say to TypeScript credentials. Let me type this correctly. Credentials. So we are just saying to TypeScript that the type of this admin variable is the admin, like this. All right, and now we need to check if these credentials, so let me go back to the diagram. So we need to check if the credentials from the token are the same on the dashboard. All right, so for this I'm going to create here on this file, I'm going to create here this file a new function, so export async function, which is going to be handle is admin, and this function is going to accept admin like this and like so. All right, so what we're going to do is write a query to Sanity. We're going to look through the admin if the password is the same. All right, and also not only the password, the email. All right, so if the email is the same, all right, so admin dot email, right? So doing this, we need one more thing, right, which we can copy this whole query, and we need to count like this and make this bigger than 0. So what we're doing here is checking if we have a document which meets those 3 criteria, which is an admin has the password of the admin.password, and the email is equal to the admin.email, and then we're checking if that document exists. So if that document exists, then this is going to return true, because we're counting how many of those exist. If not, this is going to return false. All right, so we can use this query right here. So I'll wait sanity dot fetch and return here a query and return the response as boolean, this is going to return the boolean value. All right, and then we can get here the is admin. So we're going to await handle is admin, and we're going to pass here the admin right here. And if is admin, so if the user is the admin, so if the credentials match, again, if the credentials from the token match to the dashboard credentials, then what we're going to do is accept where the user was going. So in next response dot next. So this is to accept. So if the user was going to the admin page, then let them go. And if it's not, so if the user is trying to access the admin route and he's not the admin, then what we're going to do is redirect the user back to the login page. Right, so it's going to be next response dot redirect new URL and login request URL. So this should take the user back to the URL page. And now we just have to create the admin. And so here on the app, I'm going to create here a new folder, which is going to be admin. And here we're going to have the page.tsx, and then rfc is going to be page like this. All right, so let's say like this is the admin page, which is the dashboard essentially. Let me just add here a class name of padding 44 so we can see the text. All right, so hopefully this is working. All right, so let me try to go to the admin page, so /admin, and hopefully this should take us back to the login. And here I typed login with, so this is not login with 2 G's, is just 1 G, and here also 1 G like this. All right, so let me refresh. So you see, every time that I try to access here the admin page, this takes me back to the login, because I don't have any token stored with this token name. All right, so now let me try to access with wrong credential. So here on the localhost 3000, and so do you see here the credentials is the email. I'm going to paste here the same email but the wrong password. All right, so 123 instead of 1234. All right, and when I try to go to admin, you see that it's not letting me go. I can even type like this. It's taking me back to the login page. All right, because this is getting the credentials from the token, and it's checking if the credentials are the same, and because it's not, this is return take me back to the login page. All right, and now let me put the right credentials. So let me put here the email. It's going to be this one, and the password is going to be 1234. And let me try to log in, and for some reason this is not taking me to the admin page, so we should have here an error. Let me just see what it is. Oh, so it was a typo. So here we have to close here the count function, so it actually give us a number, and then we have to compare with the 0. All right, so doing this, hopefully this should work. So let me put here the email. There you go, and the password. Login. All right, so let me try again. So let me go here to the login page. So /login, and I'm going to give here a wrong email. I mean the right email but a wrong password. Hit login. So again, it didn't work. So let me see. What is the error? So instead of counting, let me do it normally so we can see the results. All right, so console log here the response. All right, so let me go to the admin page. So let me refresh here, and we get an empty array. So yeah, this is working fine. And now let me, so this is passing an empty array because it didn't found the user with the same credentials that we passed. So now let me try to go to the login again and pass here email with the right credentials, so login, and now it found. I don't know why it's not working. Alright, so what we can do instead is return this and transform this into a boolean. So we are going to get the first value and return this as boolean. Alright, so this should work now. So let me go to the login page again, and now let me put here the right email with the wrong password. Try to go to the admin page, and yeah, it's not working. And if I put here the right email, hit login, now this is working. So yeah, it's working fine. Alright guys, now that we have access to the admin page, we can start building it. Alright, so one thing that I prefer to do is put this redirect inside of the handle login. I think it's not going to make any changes, but just to make our code better. Alright, so let me just import it real quick. Alright, nice. So now what you see here on the admin page is that here we have some information about the purchase made for the product, right? So this is what we're going to do here now. Alright, but before doing it, we have to make a way to handle updates to every time that we make a purchase on our app. The product information changes. So I made here a diagram because I think it's easier to explain how this is going to work. Alright, so here let me go to the Stripe file. Alright, so here when we make a new purchase, what we are going to do, you are going to store the purchase into a cookie, alright, using a token. So like here we are going to store which product do you want to buy, basically here the products. Alright, and then if the user make the purchase, so when he goes to the success URL, what we're going to do is just update the count. So let me go back here to the Sanity, and let's say that I bought this product, right? So what I'm going to do is, instead of 44 purchases, if I buy this product, it's going to start being 45. All right, and finally I'm going to clear the cookie. All right, so this is what we're going to do now, right? So we can start here. All right, so we can start right here on the services, and then Stripe, and then Index.js is where we're going to start doing it. All right, so what we're going to do now, let me just close here the files. We are going to create a token. All right, why creating a token? Because I think it's more secure storing a token instead of the plain array of the products that we bought. So I'm going to store here a token. So I'm going to await JWT to sign. We've done this multiple times. Let me just import here JWT, and this is coming from import JWT from JSON web token, like this. And I'm going to await JWT to sign here the products, like this. And we also have to press here the secret key that we always have, right? So let me create here the secret key that is coming from process.env.next public JWT secret key. All right, so like so. Make sure that you spell this. Let me just make sure that I spell this right. So let me go to my .env, copy here and paste. Yeah, so I think this is right. All right, so now that we have the token, what we're going to do, we are going to await the cookies. All right, so we're going to store this inside of the cookie store. All right, so let me import the cookies from next headers. So cookies, and then we're going to set a new cookie that I'm going to give the name of purchase products. You can give the name that you want, but this is the name that I'm giving it to it. So I'm going to pass here the token. All right, so this is all that we have to do to store the information. So we're doing basically this part where we store which product we bought. All right, so we don't know if the user is going to buy or not, because he can go to the checkout page and then go back to the home page because he canceled the purchase, right? So we are only going to update the values on the success page. All right, and once we're on the success page, we are going to immediately remove the cookie. All right, so now we stored here the purchase information. We can go to the success page. So let me create here a new folder, which is going to be success, and instead of success, we are going to have the page.tsx, like so. And we're going to create rfc, like so, and say page, like that. All right, so let me just duplicate here the page, and then let me say success, and then let me say success, so we can see the page that we created. There we go. So now as we are going to use React hooks, and you are going to see why, I'm going to create here a wrapper. So wrapper.tsx, and then create it real quick and put this inside, because we're going to use client features. So here I'm going to use client. So this is going to be a client component. All right, there you go, guys. So one thing that I decided to add in this project is a confetti feature. Is when we load the page, new confetti shows up. So I'm using this library, React Confetti Boom. If you want, you can use it. If you don't, then just don't add it. So I'm going to import here confetti from React Confetti Boom, and then I just need to use here the component. All right, so I'm just following here the documentation, and hopefully, yeah, it's working. So let me just refresh to make sure, and there you go. So, and he has here some configurations that we can use. We can say mode boom. Let me see which modes they have. They have boom and fall, and we can say particle count. We can say 50, and let me copy here the colors like this. Go back here to localhost 3000, and let me see. Oh, this is not enough. Let me say like 100, no, 500 confettis. Yeah, it's much better. Now you can even say 1000 confettis. There you go. Yeah, it's so corny, but yeah, it's there. We have a confetti. Let me just close here. Alright, so keeping with the code, I'm going to give here a class name of height of screen, overflow of hidden, flex, and justify center, and item center, font black, and text 6L. Alright, so I'm putting this at hide screen, so it's going to keep the whole screen, and then putting everything on the center, and then for the text it's going to have a font black and the text of 6 extra large. Alright, and then I'm also going to give here a span, which is going to say payment completed. Alright, so with this we should have a very nice yeah, this is very corny. Probably I'm going to give you like 4,000 for the confettis. Let me see. Alright, right, this is very corny, but let me see here the 4-1. Oh my god. Okay, so let me just give 1,000. My PC is crashing. Yeah, it is much better now, I think. It doesn't have to be 1,000, maybe 500 should do the trick. Let me start again. Yeah, yeah, it's good. Right, and then we can also add a button. So this should be a flex column like this, flex column and a gap of 1. And then I'm going to give here a div and span. I mean, we don't need a div, so just the span, and then a button like this. And this button is going to say go back or go to home page. Alright, so this version is a little bit different from the build version that we had here. Let me see the success version. So let me show you the original one and what we're doing now. So it's going to be success. Yeah, this is the build version. It's very boring, and then this is our version, much better. Alright, so the confetti is not the thing that's going to update the count. What is going to update the count is this, what we're going to do now. Alright, so we need to write a use effect. Alright, so use effect is a hook that runs every time that the page is loaded. Alright, so in that way this is going to run every time that the page is loaded. So let me go here to the inspect so I can show you, and open here the console and say like hello. Alright, so when we refresh the page, you're going to see here 2 hellos, and I'm going to explain why. Yeah, you are going to see here 2 hellos because we are in development mode, so this is going to show 2 times. So make sure that this is going to only show 1 time. I'm going to create here a variable named called, which is going to be a useRef, which is going to be false at start, and then make sure you import the useRef, and make sure if called is .current is equal to false. So if we haven't called, then we are going to call it. Alright, and then we're going to have we have to update here the called to true. Alright, so this is going to call 1 time. Alright, so let me refresh again, and you're only going to see 1. Yeah, there you go. So now you see only 1 hello. Alright, so let me go back here to the drawing that I did. So when we are on the success page, what we're going to do is update the purchase count and finally clear the cookies. Alright, so let me go back, and this is exactly what we're going to do in that page. Alright, so here on the services, let me go to services. Where is it? Yeah, services, product, and index.ts. Here we're going to have a new function. So yeah, we'll have to export a new async function that's going to be named update purchase like this, like so. It's not going to accept any params, right? The only thing that we're going to do here is get the token that we stored on the cookies, if you remember. So cookies dot get purchase products, make sure you spell that right, and we're going to get the value of the token. All right, so cookies like this and dot get. So if you remember, when we make the purchase, before we make the purchase, we store this inside of a cookie. Let me even copy here. And when we go to the success page, that means that the user made the purchase. All right. Okay, so now with the token, we're going to decodify this token. So we're going to get the actual value of the token. So let me go say products like this, and it has to be inside of an array like this, an object like this, and then I'm going to say gwt dot and we have to import gwt. So import gwt from JSON web token like this, and gwt dot verify. So we have to pass the token and also the secret key that you used to. So secret key, I'm not going to type by hand, I'm lazy. And here on the product, I'm just going to initialize the secret key there, which is coming from process.env.nextPublic.gwt secret key like this. And with the token, and this is complaining because token can be undefined, so let's make sure that we have a token. So if we don't have a token, then return. So it's going to end the function right here. And now that we have the a product, we can here define product as an array of products. So just to for typing purpose, let me open this all the way. There we go. And now let's make sure if we don't have any products, then we're going to stop right here. But if we do, what we're going to do is do a promise dot all and products dot map. For each product, I'm going to do a specific thing. So let me just leave like this. So promise.all is going to be a function or a method from promise that accepts an array of promises. All right, so here we're going to return an array of promises, which is going to be product like this. And what we're going to do is use sanity to patch or update. So sanity dot patch like this, and we're going to update what the product dot id. So it's going to look for a product with this exact id, and if we're going to use the set if missing, so purchase is going to be 0. So if this attribute doesn't exist inside of product, then we're going to set as purchase 0. All right, and then what we're going to do is just increment this this attribute, so purchase to product dot count like this. So if we make one purchase, then we're going to increase to 1, and depending of the count here. All right, and then we can commit. So to finish here. All right, so let me explain the code. So as I said, promise to always when we have to return an array of promises is what we're doing here. So if you hover here on like patch, you're going to see, so if you hover here on commit, you're going to see that this is a promise. So we're going to return an array of promises. We're going to return an array of promises, and basically what we're doing here is to update the purchase number. All right, so the first thing that we're doing here is to look for a product with this exact ID, and then once we find it, we are going to make sure that the purchase attribute exists inside of this product document. And then if this exists, then what we're going to do, and if it doesn't exist, then we're going to set as 0, so it's going to start as 0. And if it exists, then we're going to increment by the product.count. So count is the number of purchases that we made. And finally, to commit is to finish here the update. All right, so with this, make sure that you put here await, so it's going to await until all of the promises are completed. And once we commit, what we're going to do is revalidate path. So we're going to update the data from the admin page. All right, doing this should be complete. Oh, we also, don't forget, let me go back here to drawing. Once we update the purchase count, is what we have done here. What we're going to do is clear the cookie. All right, so here I'm going to say cookies like this dot delete. So we're going to delete this cookie. All right, so nice. So this is just to make sure that we don't update the same product 2 times if we don't buy it. All right, so doing this, believe it or not, our functionality is completed. All right, so let me just test it out. So let me go back here to localhost 3000, and let me choose here a product that I'm going to buy. Let's look for a product. Let's say that I like those sneakers. They are pretty ugly for my opinion, but let's choose this one. And let me go here to the product list, and let me make sure that this is localhost 3000. All right, so if you look here, the product that I chose, it has 20 purchase. So now let me go back here, make sure that we don't have anything on the cart. Let me just remove the cart. So let me just click here in the product again, and let me add 4 here on the product. So when I make the purchase, we should have here 24. All right, so let me hit continue. All right, make the purchase. So let me give here an email, the product, the card information, so 44, 44, 44, 44, 44, the month, so it has to be a valid one, and the CVC, holder name, and make the purchase. All right, so this should take me to the success page with the confettis and all. And when I go back here, nothing happens because we didn't add the function to the use effect. I'm so dumb. Okay, so guys, I'm sorry. Here on the success page and inside of wrapper, make sure that you call the update purchase function. All right, so don't be dumb like me. All right, so let me put this here on top. I'm sorry, but yeah, let me just refresh, and the cookie is still available. So hopefully if we refresh and go back and load this should work. All right, so it says that you are importing the component next header, the only works in the server component, which is not supported in pages directory. Let me see. Oh, so this, oh yeah, so this is because we are using here cookies, and this is only available on server components. All right, so what we can do is go here in the product and create here a file named delete. So delete purchase cookies.ts, and create a function with that name like this, and make sure that you say use server in here, and we are going to do the same as we did here. So this only works on server environments. So yeah, so cookies, there we go. And now let's call the delete purchase cookies like this, and everything should be correct now. All right, so let me refresh again, and make sure that you remove the cookies import, so you actually don't have the errors anymore. Okay, so we have one more problem, is that we need to get here the token, and doing only this is not going to solve our problem. So what we can do instead is create here another file that's going to be purchase.ts, and what we're going to do is put this function inside of here of the purchase, and then what we can do is transform this file into a server actions file like this. And now make sure that you import the cookies, you also import the GWT and this, and also the secret key. All right, so make sure to import all of that, and also the sanity like this, and yeah, like so. You don't even have to create this function, this delete purchase cookies, because this is already on the server environment, but we're just going to leave like this. All right, so let me refresh now. Okay, so it's loaded, and now we just have to import fix here the import. Okay, so it's not going to be /product, it's going to be product/purchase like this. Okay, so let me refresh, and one more error. Let me just get rid of this file. Okay, and let me put this just here like this. All right, so let me delete this file. I'm sorry for the confusion guys, but it happens. And now the error that you get is insufficient permission update is required. One more error for us. All right, so this is because if you go here to sanity and then lib and then client, you don't have any token created, because what we have done until now is just to list products. We never update or delete any product. All right, so if we want to do that, we need to get a token to the database. All right, so in order to get a token is very easy. The only thing that you need to do is go localhost 3000 then /studio, and then click on your profile, and then go to manage project. This is going to take you to sanity.io/manage/personal/project/ the ID of your project. And once you're here, you go to API and scroll down. You're going to find this section where you have the token session. All right, so you just have to click here on add API token, and you can say like dev, and make sure that you give the developer role right here. All right, so now you have access to the project settings for developers, so you have access to the read and write. Right, so now hit save, and now copy here the token, because it's your only chance to do it. If you don't copy, then you have to create a new one. Right, so now go back to your .env.local file and paste the token right here and give it a name. So the name that I'm going to give is next public sanity token like this. All right, so this is the token for sanity, and then go to sanity, and then here on env.ts you're going to find this, and you copy one of those and paste it down here, and instead of dataset you're going to say token. Right, so token like so, and it's going to be next public sanity token like this. And for the error message, missing environment variable, next public sanity token. Make sure that you give the right name. Right. Finally, here on the lib, click on client and just import or add here the token on the client. All right, doing this, and make sure you import this from here, the env. All right, doing this should work now. All right, so let me refresh here the localhost 3000/success, and you should see this working. I don't know if this is going to work because I think it already deleted the cookie. So if it don't work, then we have to make a new purchase. So let me hit refresh, and there we go. So it didn't work, but it worked at the same time because as always, I made a typo. So here on product/purchases, this is not purchase, is purchases with an S. All right, with a S. All right, so doing this, now we have to restart because the cookie is already deleted. So let me now let me say remove field. So let me see. So now let me see if that works. Let me choose here another sneaker. Let me remove this one, and let me add this to the cart. So this is going to be 4, and let me hit continue and put here the email, the card information, the number, and give here a name and pay. Let me go here to the product, and it has 1 purchase now, and now it has 5. So now you see that they worked very well. All right, so now with this working, we can now show in the dashboard. All right, so let me go to the admin, so /admin, or just click here, it's easier. And now let me close here all of the files, and let me close here all of the folders, and now let's start working on it. All right, so here on app, and then admin, and then page.tsx, you are going to find here the page. All right, so the first thing that I'm going to do is get the best selling products. All right, so because it's going to be the main data that we need to show here the rest. All right, so the revenue made, the sales count, everything is going to come from the best selling products. All right, so as you might guess, you need to go again to services, and then product, then index.ts, and here we're going to create a new function which is going to be export async function get best selling products. All right, so nothing new. We're going to write a query as we always do. So now the query is going to, so this is going to order the product by the purchase. All right, so let me get everything from the database that it has the type of product. All right, and then what we're going to do, we're going to make a modification. All right, so what we're going to do is get everything from the product, and then let's create here purchase property that already exists, but sometimes it doesn't exist. So if this property doesn't exist, so we're going to call a function named coalesce. I don't know how to spell that. Coalesce, like this, and the name of the property, and then let's set to 0. All right, so what it does is, if this property doesn't exist in this document, then it's going to create and give the default value of 0. This is all what we're doing here. All right, and then because there's products, let me go here on the localhost 3000 studio, because there's products that don't have any purchase. Right, so this is no, basically this is not 0, this is no. All right, so if this property doesn't have it has the value of null, then we're going to set as 0, so we can actually make the order. All right, Okay, so now let's make the order like this. We already have done this right here. So we're going to order by the number of purchases. So purchases, make sure that you spell that right, and in the descent order. All right, with that query, what we can do is get the products and await Sanity to fetch this query, and finally we can return the prepare products. We have first to make a map, products.map, and you have to say this is going to come as an array. So make a product map. For each product, we're going to prepare it to get the image. Alright, doing this, we should have this working. Okay, so let me go back to the page and let me call this function real quick. So export the default async function like this, and I'm going to name it best selling products like this. So I'm going to await get best selling products. Alright, let me just console log real quick so we can see it in the terminal, and this is going to be on the terminal because we are running on the server. Alright, so let me hit refresh, and now you see here the best selling products, and hopefully you should see in order. Alright, so let me see, the best selling products should be on top, so 44, 39, 20, yeah, so this is on order. Nice. So now we're going to make the UI. Alright, so the first thing that we're going to do is this stats card, which is going to be very easy. So let me create here another component which is going to be named stats.tsx. So create it real quick like this, and here we're going to make another weird query. Alright, so now on the services and then product, we're going to create here a new file inside of product, which is going to be sales.ts. Alright, so here we need basically three things. Okay, so we need the revenue made, so it's going to be the sum of all of the purchase. We also need the sales count, the number of sales that we did, and then the average revenue per sale. Okay, so it's going to be the average. I think it's very self-explanatory. Alright, so for this we're going to write a very weird sanity that we're going to see in a minute. So the name of the function is going to be get sales info like this. Right, and we need a query. So these are going to be two queries, so I'm going to give the name of revenue query for this one, and we're going to write it now. So we are going to do a mav sum function. So we're going to call mav sum function, and what is going to sum is everything of type product. Alright, and then we need to give a property which I'm going to give the name of revenue like this, and the revenue is going to be calling this function again, which I don't know how to say that, so it's colis, I think. Make sure that you spell that right. So colis like this, which is going to be the purchase property times price. Alright, so what this is like this, and finally put here revenue. Alright, so what this is going to do is going to sum this revenue. Alright, so this is getting all of the products, and then this is creating here a property named revenue, which we are calling this function again. Then we're going to multiply purchases by price. Alright, so imagine that product has like 5 purchases, and then we're going to multiply by the price of the product. So if the product is 100, then quick math, this is going to be 500. I hope that this is right. Alright, so if for some reason the purchases is null, then the revenue is going to be 0, so that is going to be the default value. Alright, so hopefully that makes sense. And with this we should receive the number of the revenue. Okay, so revenue is going to be await sanity dot fetch. So make sure you import sanity dot fetch this revenue query. All right, and then we can return. So one of the things that we needed, which is the revenue, it's already here. Okay, so now we need the sales count, so the number of the sales. For this, I'm going to create here a variable named sales count query that, as you may guess, is going to give us the sales count. So again, I'm going to call this math sum function, and what I'm going to do is fetch all of the products of type product, and I'm going to return this property, so the property of purchase. All right, and again, let me go here and create an object. So if for some reason the purchase property doesn't exist, then it's going to be 0. All right, so again, I'm going to just copy this because it's a pain in the ass writing this. So if the purchase property doesn't exist, then the default value is going to be 0. All right, so with this I get the sales count, and finally I can await sanity to fetch this query, and one more thing that we can return, so sales count. And then the revenue made is just, we can make this right away. It's going to be revenue per cell, which is going to be math.round the revenue per the sales count. All right, so this should give us the revenue per cell, the average revenue per cell, more saying. All right, so I'm just going to put this as a client, so I'm going to put this as a server file. So now we have the revenue made and the sales count and also the revenue per cell. All right, so now let's go back to the stats component, and here we're going to export the default async function like this. And let me destructure this function. So get sales info is the function that we created like this. Okay, so here we have the revenue, we also have the revenue per cell, and we also have the sales count like this. All right, so now let me show those information. So let me go back here to the admin and make sure here on the page you are showing the stats. All right, so stats like this, so we can see it. Okay, so now let me say class name, and then grid calls 3, so 3 columns for the medium devices, and flex column for the small devices, and also a gap. All right, so now let's show the information. I'm going to create here a div which is going to say class name flex justify center, items center, gap of 2, and padding of 12, and border. So center everything on the center, have some gap, a space inside of the container, and also some border. All right, and inside of this div we're going to create a new one, which is going to be class name flex column and gap of 2. So it's going to be a column and some gap, and then we're going to create another div which is going to say class name flex items center and gap of 4. Inside of this div, guess what, another div, but this one is not going to have any content. It's going to be a class name of and height of 6, and then rounded bg green 500. And then below this div we're going to have a span, and the value is going to be the sales. We're going to start with the revenue. So revenue. All right, and let me just format this real quick. And below this, the previous div, and below this div, so this div with flex item center and then gapped 4. We are going to have a new one with span. It's going to say revenue made, like this. So class name is going to be text zinc 600 and then text extra large. All right, so you should already see here how this is looking. And I forgot to add here a class theme on this pen of block, font bold and text for Excel. And yeah, it's looking better. And finally, so 2 divs above. So on those 2 divs, I'm going to give the icon of MD outline arrow out word, like this, and this icon is going to give the class name of text 5xl and text zinc 700. All right, so now let me hit refresh, and now you see here the card. But you also see here that we don't have only 1 card, we have 3. All right, so what we could do is just copy and paste these 3 times, which you know that I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is create a component. All right, so I'm going to create here a component named card, and this card is going to accept the value and the label. It's the only thing that changes here. So the label is this thing and the value is this thing. All right, so now we just have to define the properties. So it's going to be value is going to be a number or a string, and then label is going to be a string. All right, and then the GSX is the thing that we just made. All right, so we can just copy this and return here inside of the card. So return like this. All right, so now we have to pass here the value and also the label. All right, so label like this. And finally we just have to use, okay, so card like this, and the label is going to be revenue made. The value is going to be revenue, okay, so revenue like this, and add the $sign, and then we're just going to copy it, and here's going to be sales count, and the value is going to be sales count. And finally we're going to add 1 more label, which is going to be average revenue per sale, like this. And guess what, the value is going to be the revenue per sale, and here is not going to be dollar because this is not a price. This is going to be just the sales count. In here we need the sale, the $sign. All right, so now let me go back to here and let me refresh real quick, and now you see here the 3 items showing up. All right, now with this here on the page, I'm going to give a class name of flex column gap of 8 and a padding of 12. All right, and finally a padding top of 20. All right, with this we have here the card section made. Alright guys, so we are on the last steps to finish the project. So here we already have done here the cards, which are looking very beautiful in our application. And now what we're going to do is create here the chart. Alright, and finally we are going to add the product list. Alright, so let me go back here to the stats. So the stats is already made, and now okay, so here I'm on the stats. Let me go back to the page. So now I'm here on the page, and as you know, I'm going to create here a component that is going to be the shorts.tsx. I mean, it's not shorts, but it's short because it's just one chart, right? So let me just say short here just to make this years ago. All right, so chart, and I'm going to use RFC to create here the component quickly. There we go, and let me add it here on the list. All right, so I'm going to open here the Visual Studio Code because we have a lot of work to do here for the chart. All right, nice, and let me hit refresh here, and hopefully I can see the chart. There you go. All right, so now we just have to build it. All right, so of course we're not going to build the chart like ourselves. We are going to use the library that we've been using, which is ChatCN. And if you go to ChatCN, you are going to find here the charts page where they show you the charts that are available. All right, so the charts that I am going to use, if I'm not mistaken, is that one. All right, so that's the chart that we are going to use. And yeah, all right, so the first thing that you're going to do, let me just go here, just make sure. So we have to install two things, which is the cart, and if you go look here to the source code, you're going to see that they use cart and also the charts. All right, so we are going to install that. So let's go to your terminal, and in the terminal I'm going to open here a new one. So I'm going to install first the recharts. So recharts is the core library. I don't think you have to install recharts. If you install like chart like this, is going to install automatically. So we're going to start by installing here the charts components. So npx shadcn latest at chart like this, yeah, and yeah, hit enter. So I think if you install the chart, this is going to install also the library, which is the recharts, which is the library that ChatCN needs to run. All right, so let me just, and here we have to answer the question. All right, so even install the chart and the core TSX. So it's the libraries that we need to install. All right, so let's start with the imports. All right, so I'm going to import Cartesian grid that is coming from recharts. All right, you also need the line and the line chart like this, and then the x-axis. All right, so this is the imports for the recharts. So you also need the imports from the card. So import from components UI card like this. All right, so you need the card, you also need the card content and card description, the card header, and the card title. All right, so this is for the card. Let me open this all the way. And finally we need some more imports, which is going to be the chart config, which is coming from components UI and chart. All right, so chart config and the chart container, also the chart tooltip, and finally the chart tooltip content like this. All right, so now the last import is going to be the product. Okay, so the product, so it's the type product that is coming from the types. All right, so root types and product. All right, so with this we have all of the imports that we need to build the charts. As you can see, this is going to be a little big, the charts, but we're going to get it done. All right, so instead of a div here, we're going to have a card like this, and inside of the card we're going to have the card header. All right, so the card header, so this is the card, so the whole container is the card. The card header is this top part where we have the information. All right, so card header, we're going to have some class names, which is flex column, items of stretch, I think is how you say it, and then space y of 0, a border bottom, p of 0, and on small devices it's going to be flex row. All right, so like this. And we also going to need the card title, which is the title. All right, so for the title, I'm going to say line chart. I think this is a line chart. I hope that is. All right, so and then interactive like this. All right, and then for the card description, so card description like this, we want to say showing total purchases of the last 3 months, which is not actually the last 3 months, but we're just going to leave it to make it look fancy. All right, so now you see that we have the card title, and the card description. All right, so actually here on the card header, this card title and card description are inside of a div. All right, and this div has some other class names, which is flex of 1, flex of column, justify center and gap of 1, also px of 6 and py of 5. All right, and for the small devices, a py of 6. All right, so now you see that it's way more fancy. All right. Okay, so below this div that you just created, you're going to create here a new one. So this div is for here this little section where we show the number of purchases. All right, so here I'm going to say class name of flex, and inside of this div I'm going to have a button. All right, so this button is going to have a long class name, which is going to be flex 1, flex column, justify of center, gap of 1, border top, px of 6, py of 4, text left, small border left, small border border top 0, small px of 8, and small py of 6. I told you that the class name would be a lot. All right, so let me format it real quick. Actually, I didn't need to format. So for the button, we're going to have here 2 spans. The first one is going to say purchases. I hate spelling that word. And for this span, we're going to have a class name, which is going to be text small, text muted, foreground like this. And below the span, we're going to have another one, which we are going to show like the total of purchases. All right, so is actually the same number as here. All right, so yeah. Okay, so this span is going to have a class name of text of large, font of bold, leading of none, and small text 3XL like this. All right, and here we have to show the total. So for this we need to accept here on the params, or on the props, the products. All right, so you're going to set here the products, which is going to be just an array of products. All right, like this. So we can pass here the products here on the charts, so products like this, which is the best selling products like this. All right, and now what we have to do is to get the total. All right, so the total of purchases from the products. All right, to do this I'm going to use memo again. So I already told you what this does, is like to memorize the data. So use memo, and also don't forget to use client here if your component is not working. It's because of this. All right, so use client. All right, so we are using use memo here, so we just have to import, and this is why we are using use client here, because use memo is a hook. All right, so let me quickly do that. Alright, so for the total, what we're going to do is just return a data dot reduce. I mean, it's not data, it's which is going to be products dot reduce. Alright, so if you are not familiar with that method from the array, what it's going to do is that here you define a variable, which I'm going to say like accumulate or tot, which is total, and then here is the current product that you are mapping. So here we are mapping, right? So there's two variables that we got here. So the current product that we are mapping, and then one variable that is going to accumulate, all right, which I'm going to name total. And then here you define the callback function, and then you here on the second param of the reduce function you define the initial value. So this total is going to start as 0, right? So on the first lab, what we're going to do is going to say total is going to be current or product dot purchases. All right, so this is going to give us the number of purchases. This is actually the same of doing something like this. So define here tot, which is going to start at 0, right? And then we are going to map, so map through the products, so products dot for each, and then here we get the product, right? And the total is going to be the total plus the pr dot purchases, right? So this is actually the same thing as doing this. All right, so this is just to make it more readable, right? Doing this, also here don't forget to add here the dependency array. So this function is going to rerun every time that this the values that are here changes. So I want to rerun here the total every time that the products changes. All right, so this should get rid of the error. All right, so now let me pass here the total, which is the total of purchases, which is not a number. All right, and why is that? Because so before actually doing that, there's one step that we need to do, which is defining here the data for the actual container, all right, or the actual shards. All right, so here I'm going to define data, and again it's going to be a use memo like this. So use memo, and this time what we're going to return, okay, so we're going to return here the product dot map, because the only two things that we need for the shards is the name of the product and the purchases count. Okay, so it's the only thing that matters here. All right, so this is what we're going to do here. So let me collapse again. So for each product, what I'm going to do is just return a new product. I mean, it's the same product, but here we're going to define in another way, which the product is going to be the pr.title. So we're not storing as title, we're storing as product. And then the purchases is the product dot purchases, all right, or 0 if it's no. All right, so now use memo. Why is complaining? Oh, it also needs initial value. I mean, it also needs here the dependency array, which we can pass products. All right, and here you have to pass here the dependencies array. All right, so now instead of products, what we're mapping here, we're going to map the data. All right, and guess what? Yeah, it's not working because here's no purchases is purchases like this. I don't know why the IntelliSense didn't warn me here. I cannot believe it. Oh my god. So here I've been spelling wrong all the time, so I'm gonna just leave like this because I would have to change all of the code. So here's going to be purchases with A, and here purchases with, yeah, this is not well typed, just you to know. All right, so here I'm gonna just say purchases, I mean purchases like this. All right, so this should give me the number of purchases. All right, so with this we already have here the data, so now we just need to create the actual chart. Alright, so we are going to need status card content, which is going to be the actual shards. And for this I'm going to give the class name of px2 medium, small p of 6. Alright, and then we are going to start doing the shard container. So shard container. Alright, so then you also need, okay, so for the shard container it actually is complaining because we need to pass here a config. So we're going to define here shard config like this, and here you have one property which is views, and you have to give a name to the view, and the label is going to be page views. So this is just to define what the shard is. All right, and then you also need the purchases. All right, I think this is well typed. Yeah, I hope so. Okay, so the label is going to be purchases like this, and the color is going to be HSL, and then var, and then shard 1 like this. All right, so this actually satisfies, or it's the type of shard config which is coming from here, the components UI card. All right, so if you look on the globals.css, you see that when you added the shard component, it actually added here 4 variables for in your globals.css, which is the shard colors. So we're just saying to the color is going to be shard 1, which is this color right here. All right, so with this we can pass here the shard config, or config like this, and it's going to be shard config. And then for the class name, we're going to say aspect auto, height of 250 pixels, and width of full. All right, okay, so now we are going to do the actual lines for the shards. Okay, so here we're going to say that this shard is going to be a line shard. All right, so we need to pass here a line shard, which is going to be here open, and here we need to pass some params, which is going to be accessibility layer, and then data is going to be this data, so this data that we define here, and then margin is going to be left of 12 and right of 12. All right, so inside of this line chart, we are going to add the Cartesian grid, which is going to be vertical as false like this. So we need also the x-axis. So I'm getting constipated here in Portuguese to code, so I think I catch some code, but anyways, here for the x-axis I'm going to say data key is going to be product like this. So we're going to say that this is our data key. All right, and then tick line, this is for the looking of the x-axis, so I'm going to say true. So we want a tick line. We also want an axis line, which is those lines here, so we also want an axis line. And here tick margin is for the margin. All right, it's very self-explanatory. And then mean tick gap is for the gap between the lines, right? So I want to just say 32 like this. All right, so doing this, you already should see here the chart. So here you have some products, is not all of them. All right, because the size is not possible to show all of the products in that size. All right, but this is showing what it can. And now we actually need to add here the chart tooltip, which is when we hover. So when we hover here on the chart, you see this tooltip, right? So this is what we're going to do. So chart tooltip, and which the content, all right, we are going to show chart tooltip content like this. I don't know why they just didn't accept it here at children, but anyways. And for the tooltip, we're going to say class name width of 150 pixels, and name key is going to be purchases. All right, so we're going to say that what we are targeting is the purchases data. All right, you shouldn't see any changes because this tooltip is only available when we hover in the charts. But yeah, and now the final thing, which is the line. All right, so we're going to add here line, which is going to be data key purchases. All right, which is the purchase, and then type is going to be dump. So you actually have some types here, which you can choose. All right, so yeah, I think this is very cool actually. I'm going to leave that one. All right, and for you also have here the dot, which is another property. Let me select dot, which is false. All right, so this is to disable the dots, but I think with the dots is much cooler. All right, so I'm just going to say leave the dot like this, which is going to be true. And then for the stroke, you can give the color that you want, but I'm going to say FF and then 4 zeros. All right, which should give us a red looking tooltip. All right, and then if you want, you can also add here the stroke width. All right, which is going to be 2. All right, and yeah, this is much bolder. All right, so now you see these nice looking shirts. All right, so this is actually descending because we ordered this by the purchase count, and this is like going down, and it was as it's supposed to. But here I have, this is the built version, or I built the code that is like already built. And you see what I did something different, which I passed here the random products, and then I chose random products, right? So this is 5 products. Yeah, I chose 5 random products, and then I pass here inside of the charts. All right, but the rest is the same. And then it gave me this result, which is like the a much dynamic looking chart. All right, but I think in that way is much better in my opinion, so I'm going to leave like this. All right, so now with this we can move to the final part, which is the product list. All right, so for this I can close this charts component and create a new component, which is going to be best selling. All right, so best selling dot tsx. We're going to create here a rfc like this. All right, so we are going to accept here for the best selling the products. All right, which we can define here. So products is going to be product array, so it's going to be just a product array as normal. If I can actually type correctly, so product and then do this. All right, so what I've done here for this trick, so to do as I did, you have to select here the word and then use Ctrl space and hit enter. Then this is going to import it automatically for you. All right, so now let me put here the best selling product in the list. All right, so now I need to pass here the products, which is going to be best selling products. All right, and now what we have to do is just list all of the products. All right, so here I'm going to say class name, which is going to be flex column, flex column, and then items center, a py of 8 and a gap of 6. All right, because here first we're going to have a div with some text. All right, so for class name I'm going to say again flex column, and then items center and gap of 3, and we're going to have here a span saying best selling products. All right, and then for the span we're going to say font bold, text 4XL, and text zinc 800. All right, so below this span we're going to have your p tag, which is going to say best selling products sorted. I didn't know what to say here, so I just repeated myself. I know. All right, so doing this, we should see here this text, right? It's right here. And finally, what we're going to do is add the product list. You see how this component is very handy. We just need to pass here the products, and voila, everything it's here. So now we should see the products, and there we go. All right, so this is actually an admin product list. All right, so there's two changes here, two differences, which first, this is 4 columns, is not 3. All right, and 2, here we have some actually insights or some statistics about the product. All right, so this is actually very awesome. So this is actually very easy to do. All right, so first what we need is the total of purchases, and if you remember, we already have done this here on the chart. So yeah, what I'm going to do is just copy here and paste here on the component. And as we are using use memo, guess what we have to do, right? We have to use client. All right, very well. All right, and here it's not going to be data, it's going to be products. All right, and yeah, this is going to give me an error. I don't know if you typed like me, but this is going to give me an error because it's not purchases, it's purchases with a here, which is a typo. And why do we need the total? We need the total to know the average purchases. All right, so to calculate the average number of purchases, we need first the total and then the number of products there that there is, right? So I'm going to say here average. I hope again is not average, is average, like this. I have to work on my typing. All right, so what we have to do is use the math.round to round the total purchases, or the total divided by the products dot length. All right, so this should give us the average number, all right, or the average purchases. All right, you can even say here average purchases, like this. So average purchase number, all right, which is, yeah, the average purchase number. I think is very self-explanatory. Let me just refresh it and go to the terminal to make sure that we have this number working. But you're all right. So it's 10, the average purchase count, and I think it's right. I don't know. All right, so now what we have to do with this this variable is to pass here on the product list. All right, so I'm going to pass this to the product list, and I know this product list doesn't accept any average product variable, but we just have to add it here. So average purchases is not required, so add here a question mark and then say number. So this is going to be a number, and then here we just need to get the average purchases. All right, so think with me. So if I pass here the average purchases, isn't that right that we are on the admin page? Because on the normal page we don't show the purchases counts. We don't even pass this don't even pass here this prop, right? So we only pass this prop when we are on the admin page, right? So here I'm going to say const admin is going to be this. All right, so if you don't know what this is, I'm going to explain you real quick. So this is going to transform the value here into a boolean. All right, so if, for example, if I pass here like 2 exclamation marks and then say like hello, this is true because this is true for JavaScript. If I pass here an empty string, this is going to be false because for React this is false, right? So what these 2 question marks do, they transform the variable here into a boolean, right? So now admin is a boolean variable. All right, what we're going to do with this admin, with this boolean variable, well, we are going to first that we are going to fix here the differences. So here we have 3 columns, here we should have 4. So this is the first thing that we are doing. So we are going to add here dynamic block on the grid, and here we are going to say go here, we are going to say for if we are on the admin, then we are going to show 4 columns, but if we're not, then just show me 3. All right, so this is it to fix the columns, and now you see that we have 4 columns. And now for the last part, what we have to do is just show here this indicator or stats. All right, so for this, again, we need to pass here on the product card, we need to pass the average. I think it's better to just copy here and paste. All right, so average here, and now we just need to accept this prop, and again, it's not required, and this is a number. All right, so now let me get it from the props. There we go. And again, here we're going to say admin, so is admin, so you're going to say admin to know if you're on the admin page, and it's going to be admin if we have average purchases. All right, okay, we also need one variable which is going to be is above average. So this is if the product purchases is above average. All right, so this is just a boolean variable. So if product dot purchases is bigger than average purchases or 0, then this is going to return true or false depending of the condition, depending on the result here. All right, and now what we're going to do with this this thing, well, let me go so above these 2 p tags, we're going to say add here dynamic block, and if it's admin, what we're going to do, we're going to show here a div, and if it's not, then you're not going to show anything. All right, so like this. Right, so this div is going to say flex item center and gap of 1.5 and border of bottom, a p bottom of 3, a border b zinc to color the border of 200, and then div and again flex item center just to center everything on the row, and gap of 1. All right, so now we just need to do here this thing, so above range average or below average. So for this, I'm going to say is above average. So if is above average, we're going to show a different thing if it's not. All right, so if it's above average, we're going to show something, and if it's not, then we're going to show another thing. All right, so here just say another div like this. Okay, so if is above average, we're going to show a flex items center and a gap of 1.5. all right, and then for the content, we're going to say add here div, which is going to be like this square, like green or red depending, right, which we are going to say here on the class name width of 4 and height of 4, rounded and bg green of 500. All right, then you also need the go arrow up right, which it's an icon that we need to import. So we're going to say import this icon from React icon slash go. All right, so this is the icon. So if this is above average, we are going to show this. Let me just refresh to see if this is actually working. All right, so it's not showing anything. I hope this is because this is below average, but let's see if it's not above average. All right, so let me just copy it here, and instead of green it's going to be red, and instead of up right, so instead of go arrow up right, it's going to say down right. Right, so make sure you import that, and doing this you should see here the components, and it seems that everything is below average. I don't know if that's the case, but yeah. So now outside of those this main div, what we're going to do is add here the span showing the actual information. So we're going to show the product dot purchases, and for this we're going to add some class name, which is going to be font semi-bold, and then we're also going to add here another one, which is going to be font semi-bold. And then so to copy here we just use Ctrl C to copy and then Ctrl V to paste like this. All right, so text zinc 700 like this. All right, and now what we have to do is to check if is above average. What we are going to say is above, and if it's below average, guess what, we're going to say below average. All right, so below, and then here we're going to say average, and then we're going to add the average value. All right, so again a new dynamic block, and we're going to just add here the parentheses and add the average purchases here inside. All right, so doing this we should see here. All right, so doing this you should see now here the products showing up with the indicator if it's below or above the average. It seems that everything is below the average, because the average for me is 12. I don't know if it's the same. It depends on the number that of purchases that you've made. For me is 12, and it seems that everything is below average. But anyways, now one more thing that we need to do here is, if here on the product card we need to add here a target, and if we are on admin page, what we're going to do is say blank. So this is going to open another window. If not, it's going to say self. All right, so this should, when I click here, as we are on the admin page, this should open another window. So let me click. Yeah, it opens another window, because as we are on the admin page, I don't want to when I click here to a new this replace the actual window, the admin. And finally, I don't want to show here this icon if we are on the admin page. So for this is very easy. Let me just cut this real quick. So use Ctrl X. You have to make sure that you are on the line of the code. So Ctrl X to copy, to delete and copy, and then you have to make sure that you are on the admin. So if you're on the admin, you're not going to show anything, but if you're not, we are going to show here this icon. All right, one thing that I forgot to do here is to add the add to cart function here. So we also should be able to add a product when I click in this icon. So here I'm going to say on click, and here I'm going to say use cart, and I'm going to add to cart function here. Just I'm going to call it real quick, and I'm going to add the product like this, and we need the number of products. So it's going to be product, and then the spread of the product, and then count, which is going to be 1 because it's just one product. All right, and this has to be a use client component as we using on click here. All right, so now let me refresh again. Yeah, so when I click, it should add here to the cart. Right, So guys, believe it or not, we have finished the project. So would you take a look what we have done? We add here a banner. We have added here a banner, also a list of the 6 latest products, and we also made a product page with the details and also an animated carousel. All right, also added here a catalog. We also created here a catalog page where we can see the products with filters by the price and also the colors, as you can see. And also we created here the checkout functionality, so I can add here an email, a card information, and hit pay. And when I do that, I get redirected to the success page where I can see this message, payment completed, with here the confettis. All right, besides this, I also have here a track of all of the analytics that we have. So the revenue made, the sales count, the average revenue per sale, and so on. All right, so if you got into this part of the project, I am very proud of you, and you should also be, because you've learned how to build a complete application that can actually make you a lot of money selling those type of websites. All right, so if you be able to find a client who needs an e-commerce website, then there you go, you have it here. Alright guys, now that we have the code complete, what we can do is deploy the application. Alright, so what I'm going to do is go to a repository here on my GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, then just create it, and then go to the repositories tab and then click here on new. Okay, once you get here, you are going to create the name for your repository. So the name of the repository that I'm going to give is as world, so the sneakers world. Right, and you make sure that you hit here public. Okay, so this is going to be a public repository, and then you click here on create repository. All right, and then what you have to do is initialize here a GitHub repository on your code. So I'm going to use git init to initialize here a repository in your local code, and then you're going to use git add to add everything that you have here. All right, and then you're going to use git commit, and you have to give a commit message. For me, I'm going to say init because this is the initial commit. All right, and then you have to create a branch. Okay, so the name of the branch that I'm going to create is the main branch. Okay, so I'm going to say this is for main, and then you're going to say the name of the branch. All right, and then you're going to add a new source, or the path that your commit should go. Okay, so I'm going to use git add remote add origin. Okay, so this is the origin where my code is going to go, and then you just have to copy here the URL, or what you can do is just copy everything that is here. Okay, it's going to be the same, but I'm going with step-by-step guide. Okay, and then once you hit enter, now this is your remote, this is your origin. All right, and then to push to the main branch, what we're going to do is push u origin and then main. Okay, all right, so now you see that all of the changes, or all of the code was pushed to here. Okay, we don't have any errors, and then once you refresh here your GitHub page, this is what you get. All right, okay, now that you have this repository, you can close here the Visual Studio Code, and you're only going to work here on the browser. So to actually deploy this website, what we have to do is go to a website named Vercel. Okay, so Vercel is the owner of Next.js, and they have a free hosting service that we can use to host or to deploy our project. Okay, so you need to go to vercel.com, and once you get there, you're going to click here on login. Okay, so this is very important. You have to continue with GitHub with the same account where you deployed here your project. Okay, so I'm going to sign in, and once you sign in, you're going to get redirected to this page right here where you can see all of your projects. Okay, So to add a new one or to deploy a new project, you have to go here on this button and then create add new, and then here you have to go on project. Okay, once you go on project, you have to select the repository that you created earlier. Okay, so this is S-World, is the project that I created, and once again it has to be public. Okay, so here's public, and this is why it's showing here. So if it's not showing here, it's maybe because it's not public as this one that you see here. Okay, so now you have to click here on import, and this is going to be S-Word. So now this is asking for the theme, so I'm going to use the main one, so it's mine, and then the project name is going to be S-Word, as you can see, and then the directory is going to be exactly that one. All right, and then this is very important also. Here on env variables or environment variables, you need to copy everything that you got here. So everything that you got here on secret blah blah blah, you have to copy. Okay, so copy everything, so Ctrl A and Ctrl C to copy everything on the file, and then you select here the first field and you just use Ctrl V. Okay, so this is going to paste all of your environment variables. All right, so once you do that, you can create here, click here on deploy. Okay, so this is what it's going to do. It's going to get the code from GitHub, and then this is going to publish on virtual machine. Okay, so now you see here the steps that this is following. So this is installing the dependencies, and I think this is going to give you an error, but let's just wait until we see a result. Okay, so what we got is an error, and I expect you to also have this error. And this is not actual error from our code, it's just TypeScript complaining because of the type. So as you can see here, from data is defined but never used, name type is defined but never used. So it's not actual errors, it's just TypeScript complaining. So for example, here on shard.tsx, so let me go to shard.tsx. So shard.tsx is not even a code that we wrote by ourselves. This is coming from so this is coming from Shatien. So what you could do is just remove this by yourself, or what we can do is tell TypeScript to ignore all of the errors, building errors. Okay, so to tell Next.js to ignore all of the building errors, what you have to do is go to nextconfig.mjs. okay, and you are going to go here where you below here the images, and you're going to define here ESLint. So this is going to be the configuration object for the ESLint service. Okay, so you have to ignore during builds as true. Okay, so all of those errors like payload is defined but never used is coming from ESLint, as this TypeScript error is coming from here, and to tell Next.js to ignore it is just like that. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing for TypeScript. So ignore during build errors, and we're going to set this as true. All right, so once we do that, we can now update here the code. So I'm going to say git add everything. Okay, so you see the only thing that we changed is the MJS file, and then we're going to commit. So you have to give here a message, change it, the config, the building config for TypeScript and ESLint. Okay, here you can say whatever you want, but just to be more specific about the commit, and then you have to push here to origin main. All right, so this is going to push to the main branch. All right, now going back to the browser, make sure that this commit is here on GitHub. And now go back here on S-Word, you're going to see here, and now you're going to see that this is building. All right, so it's building automatically every time that we do a push in our code, okay, to GitHub. This is going to automatically run a build command. All right, so you can click here to see more information about the build. Okay, so here build logs, you can see more information. Okay, so after waiting 2 minutes and 23 seconds, now I can see here my website online. Okay, so if you go to S-World Vercel.app, you're going to see here my app hosted here. All right, so I think everything's still working. I hope so. Okay, so let me try to buy this product. All right, let me try to go to the admin. Oh, there is one error. When we go back here to the page, it says localhost 3000, which is a huge mistake because we are not on production. Okay, we are not on development mode. Okay, so to fix this, you need to go back here to your app, and I think here on Stripe, maybe here on Index.tsx, you're going to find here localhost 3000. Okay, so what you have to do is accept here a new parameter, which is the origin. Okay, so there's just going to be a string, and this is required. All right, so this is going to be a dynamic block. So here we're going to say origin, and here has to be the dynamic codes, just like so. And same thing for here for the cancel URL. Okay, so I'm just going to paste that, and here I'm going to say cancel, or I mean it's just how it was. Okay, so now we have to go back where we call this function. Okay, and it's here on the bottom. So here we have to say location dot origin. Okay, so if you are wondering what this does, if for example I go here to this page and I use go here to the console and say location dot origin, the URL of the website. Okay, so this is exactly what we want. So location dot origin for here, and then here on the cart I'm going to use the same thing. So location dot origin, nice, and nice. I think is the only two places where we call this function. Okay, so I'm going to add everything again and then commit. So I'm going to say fixit callback fixit stripe callback URL, nice, and then I'm going to use git push origin and then main. Okay, so this is going to push to our repository, and then once we go back, so if you go here to your projects list, you should see here the new changes that we made building. Okay, so let me just keep testing the app. Okay, so let me try to go to the admin page. Let me try to go to the Sanity page. Okay, so /studio. Let me see if this is going to load. Okay, so this is going to ask you to add this URL to the course origin. Okay, so this is just to say to Stripe, to Sanity, that we trust this URL. So I'm going to say continue, and this is going to take you back to the page here, this page, and then you can add course origin right here. Okay, so now you see here the origin added. Okay, so now you have to log in. I'm going to use the Google account. Alright, nice. So now we have access to here the studio, and let me see here the admin. Alright, so now let me try, and you can also see here that the things that we fixed here are now available. So let me try now if I can buy. Click here on buy, and once I go back, I'm going back to the page, so it's working. Okay, so let me try to go to the admin page. Okay, so admin, and I'm going to put here this, and then the password is going to be 1 2 3 and 4. So let me log in, and then there we go. Okay, so it seems that everything is working. Let me see here the cards. So add to the cart, right, it's working. Add to the cart, there we go, it's here. Let me see here the catalog, nice. So yeah, okay guys, so I hope you enjoyed this project. It was a cool project to do. Okay, so here we learned a lot of things about the Next.js infrastructure. Okay, so we also learned how to deploy a project and how to use GitHub and also Git. So those are technologies that you're going to use in the real world. So yeah, so this is going to be it guys, and I see you on the next video.